Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is with Jeet.
Not this time! Oh!
Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more.
Oh!
Scary!
But Sam don't care. Sam wants more.
Oh my
Walking
God.
to move step. Vera picking up 3.
Hey yo there, ladies and gents, boys and girls. Guess who's back? I'm not even just talking about me. I'm talking about the Xeno Lemonade combo. That's right. I'm Xeno Viper. That's a Lemonade here. We're going to bring you more VALORANT challenges. Malaysia, Singapore, Split 2. And by the way, it's been a while since after the Riot breaks.
Oh, yeah.
And we got more VCT.
Yep, definitely. And of course, before we start all this off, we have to thank our sponsors. We have Astro Arena, the gaming company, as well as Riot Games for making this whole entire thing happen. So thank you guys, and thank you for coming back once again after a long break of VALORANT, relaxing, festivities, and now back to the games. And today we have some really big names in our hands. Of course, we have Enigma as well as Bleed. That's the top dogs of the tournament running here. Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, 6-0 for these two teams, literally undefeated.
Oh,
they could be tied like head to head most of the time, right? It's just that Bleed literally has not lost a single map. Okay, but before, of course, we do those, we want to talk a little bit about this video that's coming up next. Let's see what content this is about, shall we?
Oh yeah. That's very cool.
That's Ashy.
This?
I actually never heard this song. I saw the video, but dude, Red Co is an actual darling. I cannot. Like on the exterior, like you can see that he's super serious and stuff, but literally on the inside, I think it's such a fun dude.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that played with him said that he's basically the happy pill, right? The one that is making the whole entire environment more brighter, lit, and just lifting up the whole entire mood. And that's very cool for you right there on the screen.
Yep, that's really beautiful stuff. But like seriously, I saw the video in production. I didn't know what the music was, and after hearing it, it makes it like 10 times more adorable.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
stuff, by the way.
Yeah, and we have a format video for you guys to check out, just in case you guys forgot how this tournament go. Up to you right now.
Welcome back to Split 2 of the VCT Challengers MY. We hope you enjoyed all the games for Split 1, and we are here to give you a quick rundown on what's happening next. Here we have the final standings for Split 1 VCL. Of the 8 teams, the top 6 teams will move on directly to Split 2 VCL, and the bottom 2 teams will face off against the top 2 teams from the Split 2 Challengers qualifier in the promotion relegation bracket. These 4 teams will face off in a 4-team GSL bracket, 1 slot taken from the upper bracket finals, and 1 slot from the lower bracket finals to qualify into the Split 2 VCL. This bracket features best of 3s for all matches other than the decider matches, which would be a best of 5s. Once we've gotten our 8 teams for Split 2 VCL, teams will go through a grueling series of best of 3 matches across a span of 14 days. The top 6 teams will qualify to the Challengers playoffs to fight for the top spot and a chance to compete in the Ascension Tournament. The Ascension Tournament will feature the top teams from the Asia Pacific region. The winner of the Ascension Tournament will qualify for the 2024 and 2025 International League. Without further ado, let's head back to the main show.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. Ascension is no small name, and that's what exactly all these teams are vying for. And because we have Bleed as well as Enigma, basically one of these teams is going to be upsetted today. 6-0, that is the points that they have. They're going to have a 1-point loss within their system now.
Finally, one of these eggs will be broken, but for good reason too, right? Because one of these titans are bound to go against each other at some point in the tournament. And what better point it is than literally like the last week before playoffs, because that's right, you heard it. This is the last week of the group stages, if you want to call it a group stage, because literally playoffs is going to be a 5-day kind of thing, but you won't be seeing us until literally almost at the end of the month.
Yeah.
That's where the broadcast is going to happen.
Yeah, so much things is going to be happening. I cannot wait to see. And basically, this is going to be something like a teaser for what's to come within the playoffs. But before all of that, let's take a look at our standings. And like we said before, Bleed Esports as well as Enigma Gaming, they are standing at the top of the leaderboard, 6-0. One of these teams is going to face a loss today, so that's going to be really heartbreaking. And we move on to the third place. We have X10 Esports, which went 2-1 against Bikini Bottom and Fracture and Pro in the last game they had. And at the third spot, 4-2. X10 taking off the fourth spot. They went 2-0 against Tio. Really close matches. And then after that, Tio himself standing at the fifth place. Todak hovering with 2 wins and will attempt to break through tomorrow against X10 Esports, and Bikini Bottom Prada House 1-5 and LVR unfortunately 0-6 at the bottom. A lot to be asked for from them, and they will be appearing later on, so we get to watch that.
Yeah, definitely rough for them, but of course we'll talk about LVR later. They are really struggling to put 1 point, but look at that, X10, you know, third place, pretty awesome. One of the teams that came out of relegation stages and had a second chance, and now they're top 3 in the standings.
Oh yeah.
Who would have seen this coming, by the way? Imagine them above X10 too at this stage. That's a statement.
Yeah, and they also went head-to-head against X10 and bested them. So I think that really shows how strong they are coming into this split and how well prepared they have and how much they practice.
Yep, exactly. Well, we are going back to basics here. Yes, basics, literally. It's Bleed and Enigma Gaming. I am literally so hyped for this. I've been missing from this desk for almost a month, and I come back to an absolute banger of a series. Sign me up, okay? Because I can't even wage my expectations onto either side. Because I've seen Enigma perform, and they do have the capabilities to take maps off Bleed if possible. But if Bleed has always been up to date, if they've always been practicing, they should know to come up with unorthodox methods to kind of counter Enigma Gaming, because Zan sometimes can be unhinged.
Oh yeah, and you talk about how Enigma is performing, and the recent times they've been performing really, really well. So if there's any period of time that they want to go against Bleed, the people that actually took them off of the upper brackets the last time we had the playoffs, it is now, for sure. And there are a bunch of different things we can put into factors, such as the map picks and everything, and it's almost similar, as if they have 100% on Pearl, on Lotus. So all these maps are very interesting. If they're going to play today, I really want to see them go head-to-head. But first of all, we have Bleed Esports, and here is the player roster. Here is the basically all flex team, I would say.
Yeah, the pickup, man, especially when Neff came in, basically the IGL, right? Of X10, I believe.
I believe
that was X10.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, he's basically, look at him. He's a sleeper, but definitely don't sleep on him. I feel like his addition has kind of, you know, let's say like Darion also took the back seat and became like the Sentinel player, but he still flexes in to a duelist role alongside with Juicy. And that's the unstoppable combo. And we see that a lot in Pearl. So if they choose Pearl again today, it might be in trouble for Enigma Gaming. But on the flip side though, Enigma themselves also have pretty good stats on Pearl, but we'll come to that later. You already seen the faces of Bleed Esports. They are absolutely no stranger to you guys. Of course, they will be Southeast Asia's one of the top favorites and potentially the top contender for the slot in Ascension, because Ascension is pretty much APAC, but we just don't know how many slots they will allow Southeast Asia.
Yeah, but flexibility is definitely the name of the game for Bleed, and it's all this element of surprise that they have under their sleeves. On the other side though, we do have Enigma Gaming of Arton, Divine, Frey, Styron, as well as Zan. Now, I know you have a lot to talk about Zan, and you actually have a bet with him as well, right? Something that you kind of promised.
Let's not touch base on that real quick, but I will bring up the stakes once again, because a lot of people might not know that Zan is also on a webcam that I gave him a lot of crap for. But some people said that he has changed it, but I'm not sure. My bet still stands. I said that if he actually wins this series as the top #1 spot, I'm going to get it on webcam.
Oh, yeah. And I'm pretty sure...
Just a simple Logitech on, though. Nothing too
serious. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's fueling him and fueling his whole entire team. They definitely came out off the group stages this time round much more stronger and sharper, I would say. They're all really great shots. Zan is crazy. He is cracked. But the way that the team is playing around each other this time round is much more cohesive, and I really love seeing that.
That's the thing. Like, when Arton came in to replace the Doctor, right? It seems like he did find his comfort spot with the team, and he's actually been performing well. Every time the last camera's on him, he's doing mad clutches. You know, his decision making is on point. Of course, we can't touch too much just on these two players. Like, of course, if we take the entire broadcast to touch on all 10 players, we won't have enough time. Every single one of them has enough space to shine, had their highlight moments, and trust me, you won't want to miss this head-to-head right now, because we are looking at Darion and Frey, the two Sentinel players. But of course, the main difference is that we got Darion, who has the side of experience in that duelist role, so sometimes taking matters in his own hands proactively, whereas Frey usually taking the back end right? But you're still able to clutch off sometimes 4K for the team.
Yeah, but I do believe that both of these players are amazing in their own right, such as Darion, having the experience as the duelist and able to swap around if ever needed. He even plays the jet if ever needed to fit the whole entire team. And that's really great experience for him to frag out. And especially when you put somebody who was a duelist into a different role, they still have that fragging ability.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, not saying just Darion is just fragging for sure, but you have to understand Frey's impact in the game. Like, he's in positions that sometimes might just turn the entire game around, whereas Darion sometimes plays with his team, has high impact as well. But Frey, sometimes it's just the game that comes down to him and maybe a last man standing like Divine most of the time.
Yeah.
If like the early two entries are gone from Enigma Gaming, most of the time it's like Zan or Styron. There's usually Frey, Divine, Arthur in the back, he's just taking over. So it's amazing to see how this cohesiveness comes in. It works well for Enigma Gaming, but can they go up against the likes of Bleed Esports with the aggression plus coordination? That's just a killer duel.
When you have two top teams like this who basically have their base and foundation covered and understood, it really comes to a point of how well are they able to adapt with each other when they play against each other head to head. And especially in Bleed, having that possibilities of flex, it's so much that they have to counter against. And look at this percentage. Wow.
Yeah, we just take a moment of silence in respect to all 100% win rates. Means all maps are played, okay? No map zero, all played at least once. With Bind even just recently coming back into the fray, fray, and still game played, okay? We will take out, I think Icebox is left, right, if I'm not mistaken. So, kind of amazing to see that here, but doesn't matter because now, with Bind in and also the new changes, I want to see the dynamic that both of these teams can bring if they choose Bind.
It is definitely very daunting when you look at this, especially coming up as the team that is going to contest against them. And I think, not mistaken, the newest maps that they played was the Lotus and Ascent.
They never played Split, by the way.
Yeah, Split is not in the picture.
Yeah, which means that Bleed has never played a single game of Split. Somehow that slipped through. I don't know, but it's still 7 maps I've seen there. But here we go now, Enigma's own map pick here. You do see some discrepancies in the scoreline. They are, I won't say they are truly one-trick maps per se. They have a good spread. It's just somehow they slip through without a single fracture, without a single Haven. Somebody tell me how they do that. And the weakest link was actually Icebox, which they don't see.
Yeah, I mean, that is great news for them. And we have Bind and Fracture in the picture right now. So maybe that is something that Bleed would like to obtain for themselves. And if you take a look, the only percentage where they actually lose one map was Ascent. But you know what? That's a map that everybody's familiar. So it's forgivable.
That's why I say, you look at that Pro. I talk about Enigma Gaming's Pro so strong. It's a 4-0.
Yeah.
Easily strongest. I wouldn't even doubt that these teams will contest these maps together and not even ban it. They will just pick it and gladly just play with it. So I'm all for the map vetoes right now.
Yeah.
Because, we've got two of the strongest teams going head to head. It's not even about the maps no more. If you see even similar agent picks, similar maps, it's really all come down to gunplay and strategy.
For sure. And the one thing that I'm interested in is just because I saw this being picked out is I'm playing the Gecko on Ascent. I like the switch up on this. I'm not sure if we're going to see that today, but if we do, maybe it might not just be a mirror matchup in terms of agents. But taking a look at the Veto here, just looking at stats, Bind is taken off straight away. Looking at stats, I would think that Enigma Gaming will want to try to get themselves on the defender side, especially in Lotus, if ever it's contested, just because statistically, that's where they shine more.
Yeah, it's funny because Lotus and Pro became a staple picks during the newest rotations. Like, what is this generation? All new maps are staples. Back then we just avoid them like a plague.
I mean, we had the conversation a month ago about, are they going to pick Lotus? Are they going to pick Pearl? People usually avoid this, but then now it's something we see every single day. It's on the menu every time.
Pearl first map. Are you even doubting? Are there haters? I don't know, man. It's just coming in straight. Comes in hot too. So Haven finally being picked. So this will be Enigma Gaming's first Haven game. Not sure how they will fare up. It will be pretty interesting. Split, for some reason, will not see light again. What are people actually hating Split? Yeah, so because this is the best of 3, we're only going to see Lotus as a decider. If it comes to that, and trust me, there's a high chance he will go all 3 maps.
I want a three map game, come on. We have to see both of these top teams duke it out in Pearl, in Lotus, and Haven is kind of the wild card. We have no idea how it's going to turn out. But the saving grace for Enigma is they did pick the defense. Some people would say that Haven arguably is better as the attacker side, but it really depends on how you play, really.
That's true. I mean, all maps by default, quote unquote, is of course defender favorite because you hold angles, right? But you look at the way our dear Bleed Esports play as a team to like clear angles, challenge those corners, dude. I kind of worry for Enigma Gaming. But you know, they showed promise and only dropping that one map against Ascent, right?
Yep.
They're the only team, I mean, they got 6-0 Enigma Gaming, but if you look at some of their maps, they did drop one map to Tio and one map to X10 as well. So like they're not completely invincible, but still formidable.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
I agree to that. And honestly, in recent times, it's been a bit of close games for Enigma. So I think they really have to bring the power for this series, in particular against Bleed. And while we do have Haven in the mix, Enigma has not had a track record on Haven yet, but like we conversed and discussed before, it is a bit similar to Lotus in a sense where there is a mid that can be spread out, where you can use those links to your advantage and move from side to side. So I think they might have a little bit of a plan up their sleeves.
So, won't see bind though, even though I do want to see how the new changes kick into effect with the teleporter and the triple change. But if we don't see it in this series, that's completely fine. But we are definitely starting off with a huge banger. Already mentioned, these are the agent picks coming out. And if there are deviations, I'm all for it. But I mentioned the double duelist on Bleed side. They were so used to that. It's Juicy with Reyna, Durion on the Jet. He's back on his comfort agent, by the way. So this is not Durion on Sentinel. This is Durion on Durion agents.
Wow. Okay. Then on the other side, we do see Enigma with the double controller here, the Viper as well as the Harbor. So that'd be very interesting considering you have double duelists on Bleed, so you're putting up the aggression, and then you have double controller trying to stop that and stall the potential push. So I think they really understood what they're coming up against and did their research coming into this with the double controller. I think that's a pretty good choice.
Yep, actually, I'm just surprised to see how Reyna became a staple in Pearl, because it's like if it's not Neon, sometimes Jet doesn't even just cut it. You know what I'm saying? Or just maybe Jet is not a staple for Enigma Gaming, because I feel like Pearl has a lot of ground to cover. That's why I usually think Neon suits the kind of playstyle better. But if it doesn't gel with the team, then I guess Arena is good for Zan, because Reyna's performance is heavily dependent on the player. That's where Zan shines.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Zan has been performing really well on the Arena as well. And it's kind of his comfort pick now on to Pearl. Definitely would like to see how that works out with the rest of his team. I understand the theory behind it and how they're going to obtain sight. Just want to see that being executed, and especially since Bleed is on the defense starting it out. Gonna be a bit of a maybe introduction match here to see how everything flows for both of these teams.
Well, I hope you are ready and have your pants strapped on, because ladies and gentlemen, you want to prevent those pants from falling off, because this is a series that a lot of you guys 100% been waiting for, and it is my absolute pleasure to be opening this up with a lemonade here. Of course, it's the Xeno lemonade combo.
Let's go.
Literally, Bleed and Enigma Gaming. Let's get it. Let's get this bread.
Let's get this bread indeed. A little bit of a default play coming in for Enigma here, just spreading around. But most of the members of Enigma Gaming is hovering over A main themselves. Juicy does sniff out a little bit of threat though, holding it up. Like you said, you know, with defense, it really doesn't matter because you have to hold those angles. That's exactly what these roles are supposed to do. But it really depends on who gets the pick off here. Oh, just a small skirmish, but no one is tagged yet at the side of B.
I mean, they're just trying to play that default mid control will be taken. And I feel like this is good strats from Enigma Gaming. They have to thin out Bleed in any case possible. But of course, after that complete silence, there's an Alarmo bot up there at Art. Might just be triggered here by Zan if he pushes out a little too front. He pings it out though. They see it. This is the nerf, by the way, from the Alarmo bot, because the visual radius has been increased, in case you guys don't know. So it's triggered. Rotations here. Bleed coming in, and they found out Styron. Want to open up.
That's a strong start. Nav now is going to fight out Zan, but Zan is the victor off of this. He even gets the overheal, getting a bit more towards his health bar, and it's coming close. It does not check. Crazy guy gets him with the frenzy. Managed to take down one for themselves, two actually for themselves.
It wasn't even just a check, there was just two players there. You would have lost that either way, but Durion is in. Finds out Fred, you know, the timer's ticking down. 18 seconds left. And he got Heaven and on ground to control, and Divine's got the trade instantly. But the problem is he's the last man standing, fighting against 3. With the timer, they can just pincer him. So this is pretty much round over. Good round for Bleed to start. Triple for Crazy Guy, so...
Really well done over there. I like the discipline coming in from the side of Blee. Yes, they give some space to EG, but they know exactly what space they're giving out and play around that, able to adapt after they know that is exactly the area they're attacking from. And I'm seeing a lot more of this slow, patient play coming into Pearl. Very interesting because last time we always say that mid is contested super heavily, but now it's okay, we'll give it to you, but we know exactly how to counter that.
That's the importance of space you talk about here, because Pearl is naturally like angle-oriented with all those tight places, almost reminiscent of Split as this. And with Harbor, of course, the cascade is just absolutely annoying. One of the strongest abilities in the game right now, arguably, because you can push forward without any flashes and you can take angles just like this.
Yep, and definitely you need to know how to use that towards your advantage.
What happened to Arden? I think he got Spectre sprayed somehow. I don't know how they connected, but there's one smoke from Brim. It's going to be coming out, at least to stall. I'm just really surprised how Bleed is able to play this map with just a Brim.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you talk about those smokes. They're not rechargeable, but they use it to utmost precision. But here we go. This might be an entrance in. Of course, our Trailblazer was what I want out for sure, but scary. Beautiful spray control. Finds out Zen instantly. No eyes being used by Juicy. But these Spectres are bringing home the bacon. A lot of members down already from Enigma's side, sorry. So it's not like they can even get on site for a plant. An easy one here for Bleed.
I mean, they do not have the artillery within their advantage over here, so it's really hard to make a breakthrough. Starman is actually stuck in a corner. Frey is trying to come in for some reinforcements, but Darian is holding the angle like a hawk. Not much they can do. Maybe they can try to swing at the same time, knowing Darian's close, but he's the one swinging out instead. He does get Scary and Darian as the consolation, but that's all she wrote. 2 down inside of Bleed, 2-0 against Enigma.
I'm just impressed on those Frenzy kills. You wouldn't expect Styron to come out and kill 2 in the same clip of a Frenzy, so he did damage for sure, but those were just Spectre kills, and you're talking about still full rifles from Enigma Gaming side. Shows that those kills translated into enough creds, despite, you know, Zen having a half shields, but half shields is fine on Arena if you overheal to max anyway.
I mean, half shields is fine on Zan. I'm talking about this guy that runs in at you and really gets the most impossible flicks on people.
But look at Crazy Guy though. Remember, they were the one who won the bonus, so some of them are, well, some of them technically have the funds. But Crazy Guy is doing a statement here. He's going for the Marshall and half shields.
Yep.
What's that say?
He is not afraid, and the fact that he's holding pretty much right at spawn shows that he is not afraid to not just give out angles and really try to adapt to wherever they're pushing. They do have some iteration that is going to be A, but the sounds have stopped. I think they realize that it's going to be an art push. Instead, Divine walks in together with his Trailblazer. Does not seem to find it, but he does get the alarm bot off though.
Yeah, maybe he knows that. I'm not sure if this is a staple to put a alarm bot out there in the first place, but did he actually pull back the alarm bot? He might have, by the way. I am not sure. But anyway, this just seems to be the same rinse and repeat role. They tuck mid into art, but right now it's not a commit. You could go into mid connectors actually, going all the way to B, but this is the beauty of Killjoy. You can hold down so many angles. The turret was not activated, but it's destroyed, so they know. They're literally in the midst of some place. As Darian shows out the operator. It is massive. Second one coming out through the cascade, and it finds Divine. Beautiful stuff. And they already start this round with a 3-man deficit with 20 seconds left. They are trying to rush in. But of course, his high side gonna do work. Secures them. The spike plant at least, but the post are so strong from Bleed.
Oh, this is so scary. Smokes are actually towards the advantage of EG. Startup match is flying scary, and Neff's life is going down as well. Arden makes a third one, taking down 3 members on the side of Bleed, and that's what happens when you get so much possession of site. Suddenly, the retake is so hard to execute.
Wow, they Bleed just lost members like this? I mean, of course, you're fighting on equal weapons. You have to go in, of course. Arden, the big 1-2 play from the Styron. This is what we call playing off these angles. They got each other's back, they got each other's crosses. And that is an operator gone from Darian, by the way. A huge testament.
Take a look at the replay. Here is the beeline being executed by Enigma. They lose out Zan, they also lose out Divine, but the 3 members who made it onto site were able to to buy enough time with their abilities and stall out just so they can reposition themselves and play off of each other. Amazing stuff coming from EG, showing they are not just defender-sided.
Now would you question about the overzealousness from Crazy Guy with that Marshall. I think that was a disrespect to Enigma Gaming's abilities. But now they're just fully loaded out, and Durian has a second operator.
Wow.
I mean, he's gotten 2 kills. Imagine if he didn't get that, 1 kill earlier, he probably wouldn't have enough creds. And if you look closely, he doesn't have abilities. But he has knives, so I'm kind of curious he opted for this route. It might work out. It's a gamble for sure, but a good gamble nonetheless. Frey absolutely got wallbanged there. It's a wallbang 120 damage.
That was the gamble he needed though. But fortunately, Frey survives with his life.
Tyron's got his hair up again. It's been a while since I've seen that little sprout. These are important ults as well coming on from Enigma Gaming. There is a lockdown on Styron's side to secure a site. The whole post plant. Arten with the ult as well. But these are some weird eco weapons coming from Enigma Gaming. If Bleed just takes out any members of Enigma Gaming, it's always one member not full buy next round.
Darian forced to pop his dash. Actually, he managed to shuffle his way into safety. He does have the operator, misses one. Now he's in trouble. He doesn't have the dash anymore. Gets taken down by Zan. And Zan finds another one within his belt. Enough to open. But Neff, he's heavily damaged, holding down the fortress.
He's taken out 2. That's enough for him. And because the others still up is so important. It forces Neff out. He gets out Arten instantly. Frey last man standing. Can he make the clutch as mentioned? There's 3 members to actually counter this. I don't think he can make it. Not even enough shields.
Oh, the spike right in the middle.
I think this is just a save.
Yep.
I mean, he has creds for a buy next round too, but maybe not all of his teammates gets a full buy. So Bleed has the objectives right. They played out timing. The Brim smokes were rudimental to hold them back. Even though Arten has committed his ult, pushes them out, but Neff actually finds kills in return. It's just pixel perfect play from Bleed, even though losing 2 players just like that.
Yep. And it's great because they also are able to retrieve the operator for Darian to play off once again. Able to just get so much control off of B main, stopping a lot of the push of Enigma. And they are in shambles in terms of economy right now. We have Guardian, Sheriffs, very difficult. Now abilities are being used onto A, but that's just a spray for Juicy to hold down the fortress.
I mean, there's not really much to break down its attack by Enigma Gaming. They've always like default for a little while. Yeah, talking about the default. Then they just move as a unit, not really doing much big brain plays to check out. It's all about those who opens up frag first. They contest Darion. There's a random Zen that pops up. This is the battle of the duels. No one finds anyone on this one. The 2 aces. Brush sleeves and they will both live at least. But with Frey gone, at least you still have your secondary smoker, which is Arten. So far, they only found 1 good entry, but that was it. Bleed's still holding down strong.
Oh, he sees him! And without a leer, he checks that dry, and Darian managed to find the bullet onto him.
I won't say that's clear, but if Zan sacrifices his health like this, or sacrifices his life, then they should know that B was never the play. Because Zan would never just peek in dry. Now they know this space created by Zan has enabled Enigma to slip in the defenses of Bleed. But they still have enough players up on A side.
30 seconds
So this might just be a good counter read from Bleed. With the timer, they are always playing with the timer. Crazy Guy has used his drone and his recon dart to his utmost position. And that would be enough to push them back for now. Let's see if Arten can fight Durian though. Spots out a gun barrel. Durian with a triple like this. The repositionings from Bleed to read Enigma Gaming is close to impeccable.
Absolutely. You would think that he can smell him from that angle. Wow. Turning just to get it at the right time. Now 4-1. Enigma Gaming finally can purchase themselves some rifles, I believe. Oh, but a little bit of disparity because Siren is not able to get stuff. And he might be able to have, and he does have the ultimates as well to use.
This is a good timeout.
Wow. Early too.
Early is one thing, but you're 5 rounds in. Call it 6 rounds, I guess. And you punish Durian first round with that operator, and he still gets another one. Maybe that's something that caught Enigma Gaming off guard in like round 3, I guess? Because Durian got it on round 3. Round 4, sorry. It was round 4 that Durian rebought that. Remember, I told you it was a gamble. He had no updrafts, he had no cloudburst, and that paid dividends. That's how you know, like, sometimes the operator does actually put in work. The issue is that you gotta know what you're sacrificing for, and the team made up for it. Like, they know that they can just leave Durian there alone. Just 2 people play mid-ish, and the moment if there's a rush coming into B side, they can just rush to Durion's safety, and Zurion can always dash out in case.
It's all this coordination coming in from Bleed that's really admirable, I would say. You know, you have Darian walking out so far ahead. Usually, that would be detrimental if someone were to die, but his death equate to a really fast rotate and able to hold the side of B, not letting EG step foot in it one bit.
Hope that timeout was enough for them to reconvene, because these are some juicy outs, no pun intended, coming up from both sides.
Wow. Look at the read though. They have 3 members holding the side of B long. All the utilities are being used there, and actually sniffs out a little bit, sees a bit of a shoulder, managed to get Arton down. That's going to be less of some walls, but we do have Frey still alive. The ultimate comes down from Starman, but it gets taken down by Juicy.
Yeah, you know you can't push that in like this when Dorian just holds that. You know he's been playing B for 10 years. And the issue is they played it well. They tried to push with the cascade, but he's still being found. But Zen right now, he's got the world on his hand. Divine Enter helping out. That's a double dismiss to try to get information. And now they know where they are. Playing on a 3 versus 3, at least they get the spike down despite all odds. Let's see how they hold this.
Oh, so scary. They know they're on top and at the bottom as well. They have to get the right timing. So scary matches to find Zen, regardless of the Empress being used. Darian gets taken down as well. Now 2v2 on the side of EG. They are heavily damaged.
Okay, there's a Trailblazer being saved up to this point. It actually spots out the final 2. So that's information gain. Play out with this guiding light. And right now, is it enough time for a peek out? Not enough time. So Def is so low. Spray through it. This is played for this V-Link. And it is being stuck. And Neff got his back. And Neff 100% got Scary's back for that beautiful coordination, despite it could have gone into Enigma Gaming's favor.
Even retrieves the operator, but that is how you play. That is how you cover your teammate who is defusing the spike really well thought out and able to follow the tracking as well.
I kind of question the guiding like that, because you haven't heard the spike diffuse and he actually popped it with no follow-up. Like, they weren't even close to exiting the smoke and try to, you know, go up against Bleed, right? So the Trailblazer was fine, I feel. It found 2 members, but I feel that the guiding light could have waited a little longer. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And I actually saw a bit of hesitation over there because you did see Divine try to push out, but it was slow. It's a slow walk.
Yeah, because you know that was a pop flash and they weren't in the right position to, you know, peek out of that instantly. So that's all right. Can't lament too much on that round. I just said that was a round well played by Bleed on that retake. So I can calculate roughly about, what, 3-4 rounds now that could have swung into Enigma Gaming side, but Bleed, being a very experienced team themselves, you know, took that odds to another level.
Oh, pretty interesting wall, trying to get control of this link area here.
He does control enough. Being pushed up there to the mid connectors. It seems to be Enigma Gaming's MO. They push out there.
Yeah.
He definitely spotted one there for sure. But how did Divine get tagged out this much? I don't even know. I don't even want to question, but he's alive.
I think that was the off shot, maybe.
Aim for sure. They want to flush out Durian. This is a good entry. They know Durian's always playing out there right now. But still, it finds out Frey. Dude, you cannot disrespect him. Playing up close, the vulnerable. It is the Durian show. He just ran out of shorty bullets. But the damage has been done. Crazy Guy gets the return and instantly turns into the 4 versus 2 situation. Remember, Divine is literally, well, I call it 1 damage off lethal, but... And he was scanned out too. Dude, literally, Bleed has Enigma in the palm of their hand.
Oh, just desperately using as much abilities as they can. Arton, the one with the full HP, gets taken down and make that Divine as well. So well played coming in from Bleed.
You know what's the best part? Juicy hasn't even really popped off.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, he's tied up with Neff, and Crazy Guy is just, we haven't put much emphasis on him. He's just doing work on the back of the lines and getting kills when it matters, right?
I mean, that's also because he is playing the round of A side as well as mid, whereas most of the attention from EG has been B, so Darion here taking
sense.
spotlight.
Makes sense.
Coming back.
But it's just the peaks out that, you know, you can see Enigma Gaming is trying to flush out Durian. In all due respect, but Durian is finding these gaps to land these operator shots. It's extremely impactful. I don't know if you guys can understand the gravity of this situation.
No more.
Wow.
Oh, what a push out. Crazy Guy just instantly finds Tyron. Just repositions, doesn't matter. And in a flick of an eye, you just lost your Sentinel, your potential flank watcher even. It's a 6-1, a score that you imagine here eliminate.
Yep. And that's exactly the way that they play. That it puts the element of surprise because they weren't pushing out earlier and got that pick. Now Zan's gonna find Scary, but he gets taken down by his counterpart. So that's no more entry. You do have Divine for some flashes, but I spoke too soon. There's no abilities on his side.
This is amazing. How often do you get your map where you got two Reynas going head to head? You know, it's rare. Rare.
Rare indeed.
Gotta play down these timers almost every single round, and Bleed always coming out on top in terms of like the man advantage here. Okay, one trade. That's good enough, I guess. But Enigma Gaming can afford trades. They literally need kills, clean kills.
30
let's say.
seconds left.
Because even if you're fighting a 3 versus 3, you know, Bleed can still take the round, so you can't just play with clean. Dorian was flushed, but he's picked out here, and Fine Spray again, literally the only victim, the first victim out from B-Link, always. And the best part, he's just on side alone, his teammates just coming in to rescue him, but no, he is just the Sentinel. The true Sentinel role playing the Jet.
Yep.
Or was it the Duelist role, holding down like a Sentinel? I don't know now at this point. Dorian is just flexed that way, eh?
He is the epitome of you are what you want to be. You can be what you want to be. Whatever he wants to be, he is. And he wants to be a wall onto B side. That's why it's going to be really just diverting attention. He pulls out his knife and...
Like, come on, he's on his comfort agent, right? Like, he's just going to definitely perform. Yeah, I mean, you got to feel for Enigma Gaming side. They've tried literally almost every page in the book they can, but Bleed is holding the fort down hot. This is a large map too when you think about it. And you know that Enigma Gaming does have coordination skills up their own sleeves. It's just that nothing can penetrate Bleed's defenses.
I mean, I don't blame him. It's so hard. The way that Bleed is reading them, it's really like a book. And they've been saving, buying, saving. Nothing seemed to be making a crack onto Bleed's defenses.
Oh. Can't find the pixel shot. And dear God, he lives with the skin of his teeth. I forgot who that was, by the way. That was
Frey?
Yeah, that was Frey.
Frey, yeah. Frey's usually the one that's trying to watch out for anybody who's going to try to flank and possibilities. If they are having around A, he's the one holding off the side of B as much as he can, but unable to make any benefits out of that potential strategy.
The Stingers, they're forcing this eco multiple times. Then again, when you're on attack and eco, by the way, it's going to be tough to find these kills, especially with so many angles to hold out in Pearl. Once again, they're rinse and repeating this strat. There's a mid connector in. For some reason, I can't explain. This is a cross that are falling into the arms of Bleed. They're just ready to receive Enigma Gaming wherever they're going. Ultimates were never even committed much for this case. They just win by pure gun duels. That's a statement that Bleed's putting on his map, knowing that yes, EG and Bleed are tied now on the 6-6 score, like in the round robins table, but this is just taking this page and flipping it and just writing another chapter that, hey, maybe Bleed is just still the superior one here.
I'm sorry, did he just throw a minima sheriff? That's a statement, guys.
That's disgusting. No minima here, only maxima. Yeah, it's here for maximum pain. Recon instantly destroyed, and that goes to show that's not even coordination. He just threw out the guiding light and the Reyna scare. I think they're just trying to go in, and finally Dorian gets addressed. But there was a lot of guns being thrown, gunshots to commit to this. And of course, Bleed recognizes the situation, drops a lockdown, just pushes them back. They might just rotate, but if you already see what Enigma Gaming does, they love to play the timer down to a wire. Would they do it again this round, though? I feel like, you know, A hasn't been really much of an entry point on A main itself. They always try via arc. Haven't seen a full A main push. We might just see it this round, though.
Could be more counterintuitive than they would wish, though, if they play for the timer. Because now that they know there's no advancements in B, they're just focusing all their energy and attention towards A side.
Bro, that Hunter's Fury, he's trying to feel lucky tonight. It doesn't matter if he doesn't scan, I feel. At least I don't think he scanned anyone. But they've got A. The A entry was good. This is a cascade. Sorry, it is a high tide that will push in, but Juicy, dude, he's balls to the wall. He wants to go in, but of course with that flash, that's a full duration flash. They should be okay with just letting this spike plant, but it's not even committed just yet. The Viper's Pit We'll hold some of them back first, but this is a wall bang. A lot of damage being done onto Enigma Gaming. They already lost Divine.
Wow. It's super hard. The Reckoning gets popped, and this is a good call. Trying to get the point into their belt. Arthur and Frey picks out one for themselves, and Staron joins the club. It's just Juicy. Does a full util, but he has to make a miracle work out here.
Miracle workout is one thing, but you need to hop, you need to sprint, and you need to pray for that to happen. But it doesn't matter because you know why? Goated Ultimate still prevails. The Viper's Pit, no matter how much time you nerf it, the vision, the decay, it adds up. And Bleed tried to contest that and just lost that. So good round going on to Enigma Gaming side. It's a long time coming, but they do need it. 6-round deficit. As long as Bleed's not in like the double-digit mark, I feel like Enigma Gaming still has a game on their hands.
Yeah, but that was 2 ultimates. A majority of the utilities utilized and invested for that round itself.
That was Viper's Pit and
the Reckoning.
Yep. That's all right. Was Divine's ult being used there? Could have been, by the way.
It was a Fiesta. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, you know what? I ain't even gonna lament about it.
Shots fired, not able to find and connect anybody yet, but at least they know it could be a B. Forced to push back a little bit. Once again, playing a bit of the default, trying to pick out. It's always this slow pace that they play.
You know what's funny? Even though they have a good wall here, they're respecting Bleed so much that Enigma Gaming is so afraid to push in for fear of a random operator peek out and a Durian dash away, right? So with this wall, they can't even contest. Look how much respect they're giving Bleed.
And it's so unlike the way that Enigma usually plays, especially when you have Zan on your team. And speaking of Zan, is that the webcam that you're talking about? Has it been changed?
I don't know. It's a weird angle, but now we get more hit, but less body. So,
yes.
I mean, who's complaining if you get more hit, right? Especially from Zan. I need to stop. Oh my god. 6-point deficit. Let's talk back about this one. There's only 2 more rounds. So the first half is done. And I'd say that if Enigma can just somehow steal this round away from Bleed, it should be good. Wow, Zan gets tagged down to 6. He needs to kill someone for the heals, but when the time needs it, there are members of Enigma Gaming taking down Bleed. Wow, it's a 4-on-2. Just as I said it, you guys just manifest. Bleed suddenly is on a 4 versus 2 retake, but you gotta not doubt Juicy and Scary. That's 1 kill in the book already, but Divine gets 1 straight. He's ready here, shots, you know Scary's there. And Divine has 1 more to pop. He's forced to push out there, and a pixel perfect shot from Scary takes out Divine. Now in his 1 versus 1 situation, he's got 3 smokes left as well. If he plays the perfect smoke criminal, he might just steal it away.
I mean, if you're talking about long-range shots, Scary is your guy. But if they're going to play around, his smokes is so difficult. Turret spots him out. They know that he has advanced, but he can't seem to get the angle.
Yeah, he wants to see if he can just take some kills out. Of course, he ain't getting out there alive, but he's definitely going to make it expensive for Enigma Gaming. That's a win, by the way, for Bleed, if you ask me. All members down from Enigma Gaming. Approaching last round in the first half with, I guess, everyone almost have a full buy, thank the Lord. But they had to save enough for Styron, which I think he wouldn't have. Well, I probably can do well with the Guardian, I guess. He's sitting on a comfortable 6-9 scoreline. But I guess he's still rather half shields, I guess. With the lockdown still in hand as well, let's not mention that.
I mean, he's using his creds for the abilities, and arguably it is a little bit more beneficial depending on how you use them on the attack. If they manage to get it, they can stall it out.
The half shields might actually matter here because you see a lot of members in Bleed are playing Phantoms. So the long-range headshots are still 1 shot, 1 kill despite being 140 damage at that distance, right? So, not sure how much of an impact that's going to happen because sometimes kills happen way too fast. But now we know that Durion's having his tailwind kind of expired there. Whoosh. Wolf. Did I say wolf? I'm sorry, whiff. Whoosh! That's what I meant to say.
Wolf is the Trailblazer.
And that was the wolf. Hell yeah! But Zarya pops on his out. At least he gets one with the Blaze Storm, right? And the trades still come out in Bleed's favor. Seems like Bleed is always ready for Enigma Gaming on this B side, which prompts me to think, why the need for this mad push-out? You know that Bleed is so good at these long-range fights. And Enigma Gaming is always trying to contest this. Big question marks sometimes, but very little answers.
I mean, it seemed to be working out for EG. I believe that's what they want to do. Here is the lockdown being commenced. Crazy guy is trying to just take the shot that's into its face, but unable to find it. But it might be a fluke though. The spike is slowly moving on to B main. Possibly rotating because Frey has possession of A site.
Play this down to the wire every single time. Styron, that's a massive kill. But it's 18 seconds left. He's trying to make space for his team. Literally, look at where Divine is going. He's actually making a B line towards A. It ain't even B. But I don't think it's just plan out right there, the spot there. It's not enough time. Once again, Bleed has beaten EG to this timer, and they end up with a 9-3 scoreline in favor for Bleed.
Wow.
I don't understand how this happens. This is not like mistakes that Enigma Gaming would make at this point. To check out timer, know what's at stake. You know that Pearl is a huge map. They've lost easily 2 to 3 rounds due to timer.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is on. And the fact that we had Frey already making so much space on A side, but Divine just a little bit slow on the spike delivery there. It really almost seemed as though they had the chance to win that round, but the timer just got the better of them. Now moving on to the second half of the round itself. Perhaps we could see EG play a little bit more cohesively, especially since they're a bit more comfortable on defenders.
Are they more comfortable on defenders though?
I mean...
Bleed is just cooking today, man. Like, okay, I think the question is, when are they not cooking? Right? Just maybe Enigma Gaming needs a longer preheat time, right? Because you gotta get the oven up. Zan is proven to be a slow cooker sometimes, but of course with the rest of his team, let's see how it works out. Look at Durion, space just got in the blink of an eye. Hall's control is up there. He's gonna push out with Juicy, pincering Frey. Literally, the Predators in, they know how to coordinate. He's got sight just like this. Snap out a finger. Carry comes in, of course, trying to weight this down, but the turret will spot flankers. Don't matter though. Crazy Guy tries to contest. Tyron down, just like this. Gotta be a 3 versus 5 situation now. They're trying to move in, of course. But Arton still got his high tide somehow, not even using it. Straight somehow. This is planted. Guess for inside. But this shot from Zan. He will peek out with his team. They play out these contacts, and Enigma Gaming will beat it down to a 1 versus 1 though. They should know Crazy Guy is low.
Ooh, he checks the corner, does not see Crazy Guy, and now he knows A is from the club side. And Zan, with 19 HP, has to try to make something happen. Taps the bomb. Does he fall for it? But he swings it into Crazy Guy's face. Yeah, 19 HP, manages to get the win for himself.
To see the head of Zan, of course, he is delighted to get that, because he himself is last hit per se, right?
Yep.
And the best part is he wasn't holding the angle. He just swings and then he flicks better. So
I mean,
4-9.
If you talk about reaction,
yeah,
Zan is crazy.
I wish I had a perfect reaction to that, but you know, when I play with this guy sometimes, before he made his debut in VCT, like, I used to play with Zan and some of his mates, and I'm like, how are you this young but this cracked? It makes absolutely no sense. And finally in VCT, he's got his time to shine, and I'm sure that he fits so well with his peers, right? Like Styron, Frey, Divine Arton. They enable him so well most of the time. That's why seeing Enigma Gaming in tournaments, it's a pleasure. But of course, when going up against Bleed, you know, this is where the true contest comes in. Contest.
Oh, so much space taken by the side of Enigma. Divine managed to take down Darren and Crazy Guy. Juicy, though, managed to find Arton in return. But that's 3 members down on the side of Bleed. So much space that they are controlling.
It's not just members down. You have to remember these is Stingers getting value kills.
Yeah, and they purchase as well.
Yeah, exactly. Bleed is going into this anti-eco and losing this many members. And the best part is that Divine ends. No, Divine with a 4K. It don't matter. This is a... I would say this is a gamble by Bleed to just push in, and unfortunately just runs into Enigma Gaming like this. But you have to know that Bleed's execution was correct. There was Juicy's near side, the blind was there, it caught all of them, but Durion just pushed in a little too close, and Enigma Gaming could actually see Durion through the leer. So he takes him out, and then the rest of them was just, you know, they just need to play back behind the box, and of course, you know, Spectre and, you know, sometimes Stingers are better close range compared to Spectres.
Yeah, that is true. Good fact that you put out there as well. Now the timeout is being called out by Bleed this time. Just struggling a little bit on the first 2 rounds. Actually, pretty early, I would say. But I guess it is their rifle round. Wait, no. Scrap that. There's no rifle round. They purchased the last round, so...
Yeah, ain't no rifle rounds for sure. But calling a timeout on Bleed's side is a testament. You gotta remember this. Even though it's still a 4-point lead, but those gaps can close instantly. You see an Enigma steal maps away, even though some of those rounds come close. But of course, again, Bleed giving Enigma Gaming now the respect they need. So first timeout on their side, at least on this half. You only have one timeout per half anyway, so why not?
Yep. So Bleed's gonna use theirs for this round. EG still has their timeout. In every case, they do start falling off. But we have Sharvis on the side of Bleed. I'm not sure if that's a kind of a reset thing. Could also be a toilet break. You know, that's possible. We've heard that before.
You know what? If I can hear the comms on this, that would be massive respect that I have for Bleed just to call that timeout for a bathroom break. Yeah, probably not, but the Juicy gets lucky here. He spots that alarm robot for sure. He saws it, yeah. Sourced it, but can destroy it. And mind you, that Spectre out that thing. Oh lord, ooh, kills? Dude, this is buy one, free one day.
Yep.
And knowing that this is an eco round whatsoever, I feel like Bleed is trying to put numbers in with that kind of that, but you know the spike is down already. And the final two members just drops. One off camera, 9-6 by the way. You gotta know that Enigma Gaming can climb up. This is why we talk about maybe the pause was literally just to discuss. Bleed might have known they would lose that round anyway. But you gotta know that none of Enigma Gaming's members died that round.
Oh yeah, and amazing coming in from them. And now Zan even has his Empress online super fast. This is round number 4 on the second half of the match as well. So that's really good for them. But now they have to face against Bleed with the rifles and the full shields. This is gonna be their round to make the difference.
Yeah, Bleed needs to take this round from Enigma Gaming. Because if Enigma Gaming brings it a 9-7, I feel like...
It's 9-8. It's gonna be their round.
It might be 9-8, yeah. But you gotta know that Bleed has a losing streak goal right now, so there's a chance that next round they could still afford full buys.
Yep.
Keyword is maybe. But so far, there's really nothing much to comment about their attack even, you know? It's like... Yeah, you got the spread, Durion and Juicy just holding down flanks for default to see if anyone is overzealous enough to push out. But the main idea, you know, full rush one side once, you know, either angle is clear. This is sort of still default, I think. But I think this is why Killjoy is really good in this map. Sometimes I think Cypher also still dominates. But I feel like the map is, you know, those sites are small enough where a lockdown is essential to push everyone out, you know? As long as the Killjoy plays middle, you kind of have like your you know, your art, your link covered most of the time.
Oh, Zan behind the box. Doesn't even know, he fakes out, gets one, gets two. Manages to shuffle away. Juicy finds one in return, but the Lear is already in the hands of Zan. He finds another one, Naf, as well as Juicy. It's gonna be taken down, not just Crazy Guy up in main. He finds Arton, but he is tagged 41 HP. He doesn't even have the spike.
That's a flick if I've seen one. And yes, you talk about Zan just playing. Well, he's literally the museum piece. He's the art, playing on art, right? He just stood there, got sound cues, peeked up, got two beautiful kills, and those Spectre kills, by the way.
Yeah.
Just value, right? Yes, his teammate tried to come in for the contact, but gets taken out. You know, they could have lived with 4 members, but I still say a round win is a round win. That was the buy from Bleed. We talked about this.
Oh no.
And some of them at least still has buys, at least Crazy Guy with half shields. But the rest, suffering in economy.
I mean, the saving grace is there are some ultimates 1 point away from being activated. But when you talk about being in safe rounds, are you really going to try to use those ultimates to your advantage? It's 9-7 though. It's super close.
Okay, they realize how dire the situation is. They're giving the green light to Crazy Guy for this rifle. Call it a Hail Mary play if you will, but you know, when you put it in trust, you don't even give it to Juicy or Durion, you give it to Crazy Guy.
That's exactly why Crazy is in his name. Doesn't seem to find a pickoff yet though.
Are you not going to say Guy is in his name because he man?
I mean...
He not man, yes?
Guy
Okay, it's 2023.
Yep.
Pronouns actually matter. So here we go. Opening hot, that's Zen. Seems like on defense he can do as well as Durion. But Frey double on contact. Frey double on contact. He takes down 2 before falling, but doesn't matter. Zen somehow still finds the trade in return. Call it eco frags if you will, but we are talking about a potential equalizer coming up in 2 rounds. And that's an alarm about spotting Scary. They know where he is now. Find a headshot if you will. But I guess the Vandal's sharper. 9-8, guys.
9-8. Wow, the turnaround. I mean, at this point...
We can't really say the turns have tabled yet.
No.
Because, you know, Bleed had a significant lead. And sometimes having a good early lead will spell doom for the enemy team because they will be the first to reach 13. But now this is the neck and neck I was protracting for. I was expecting for. All right? I was forecasting. Right? It's close now, but Bleed's gotta wake up if they want to close this.
They have the guns, they have the ultimates as well at their perusal if they want to invest them. There are actually 2 members contesting B itself. We have Zan who popped his ultimate in case he has to try to fight more than one. Darion slowly trying to find those angles, clearing it out. Does not really see Zan there.
Oh, the Divine has used his Trailblazer to clear mid, by the way, so that's a lot of information giving onto Enigma Gaming side. And after this, drone has spotted out, well, I won't say spotted out, but Enigma Gaming destroyed a drone. And he has to spot 2, I believe. So this is literally all gone from B now. They're running all the way towards A, where they will find a Staron's there. He doesn't have a lockdown though, but Arten can definitely drop his ult if necessary, and he is close by. But Darion knows no bounds. He's in, of course, finds out, and these are 2 beautiful kills opening up for Bleed.
Oh, nothing is stopping them now. They are out for blood. Xander trying to hold the fortress on his own. The Reckoning is utilized, and he managed to get scary with that overzealous as he finds a 3K. He might find one more, but no, that's Juicy taking him down. Now just Crazy Guy and Juicy trying to make amends with 30 seconds on the clock.
Slight overheat there from Zan, undeniably. I feel like that would have been in Enigma Gaming's favor, but tying this right now is, I guess, good for Bleed, I'd say. Because Empress has gotten some value at least on Juicy's side. And if they can get a spike plant, they can hold a crazy post-plant situation with the Hunter's Fury available.
Time
10
though.
seconds left.
Yeah, time. I don't like this. Oh, look at this cross there by Crazy Guy. He's spot out there. This is not a Guardian kill up. I told you.
Enemy remaining.
But Frey, remember, when it matters most, can he do it for Enigma Gaming? I rarely ask these questions, but we don't get answers. Crazy Guy will still come up on top for that triple kill. But I guess the game-winning play was definitely Juicy taking out Zan from the push out earlier.
Yep. 100%. I think that was the round that we needed to highlight here. That was 3K for 3K, and coming down to the last 1v1. It's just really unfortunate. I think that Frey putting out that snake bite gave away his positions, and Crazy Guy just knew where to look at.
I mean, you got a feel for Enigma Gaming, but of course, happy for Bleed to take that one, because if you look at the score, there was 5 rounds going in a row of Enigma Gaming there. A stop must be put. A halt must be had, and literally that's what happened. By the way, there were ultimates used as well, right? So Enigma Gaming side on the losing side, but they've got some rifles for at least 2 more rounds, and that's enough to equalize again and force Bleed into a potential eco again if they lose this round. But Bleed is swimming in ultimates.
Anything they want to use, they can put it down.
Alright, Darion already spots one literally, like, this is a cartoon character, by the way. He just spots the bottom of Spray. Somehow whiffed, by the way. That's a giant question mark for me, but enough time for Enigma Gaming to make this push, I guess. It's a good Viper Speed being committed. Try to deviate Bleed from actually pushing forward, and it just might be good, but doesn't matter. Through that, that was it. Through that Viper Speed, it finds Frey. I don't know, a misplay maybe. He could just play on halt and be safe.
Oh, the ultimate is being utilized here, invested by Naf himself, but behind him, there's gonna be 3 members of EG. Oh.
Yeah, this is the lineup of the B-Link.
Area's clear.
Oh, does he realize? I'm pretty sure he hears the footsteps. The 3 members up on his trail. That's gonna be the orbital strike though, in reinforcement for him.
Yep. Very preemptively used it to try to give Nef the window for a free kill, but he gets addressed. Now in this 3 versus 3 retake. All played and all positioned well. Oh, but this lockdown net might push them out, but it doesn't hit the sliver up there with Juicy. And Scary pushes out just like this. This is massive because Crazy Guy has saved his Hunter's Fury for this very moment. Lockdown is dressed there. And Juicy putting in numbers. Gets one trade instantly, gonna be the 2 versus 1 situation now. And Arten has only got sliver of time before he takes it. Of course, he's beeping in right now. Can he actually let this out? What's coming in from behind? And Crazy Guy takes him out.
What a whirlwind of events this round was. And Crazy Guy loses his life, but Scary is there.
Doesn't matter, man. Like, I feel these are ultimates that definitely came into play, and when Bleed needed it, it all worked out. By the way, there was 4 ultimates used from Bleed to secure that round. They knew what has to be done. They understood the assignment. It's to avoid being forced into that eco.
Yep.
That's all that mattered that round.
Definitely, especially when it's such a close scoreline, breaking it through, finally 11 points. We can try to start running once again, and Enigma, they realize this threat, gonna call that time out, but really, so much ultimates eaten by Enigma just now. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
No, that was actually very smart. Like, if I were Bleed as well, I call for every single utility possible to prevent being, well, like I said, forced into that eco. Because imagine what if it was a 10-9. You're going into 10-9 without full buy next round, potentially giving Enigma Gaming the chance to equalize. Hell no, right?
Yep.
So 11-8, definitely more comfortable. Bleed still has guns. Doesn't matter if they don't have ultimates, right? So I'd rather this scoreline as well. Very good call by Bleed.
Yeah, and the part you have to highlight is that they use the ultimates coordinately. Many times, I would say, okay, just use everything within the last round, and sometimes it hinders you more than it benefits.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, also came down to the wire of the number of people left alive there. So maybe if Bleed had more people, they don't need to commit that much ults. But now we can, hopefully the Enigma Gaming can capitalize on this opportunity to know that they use all their ultimates. Like, Enigma Gaming should know this.
Oh, definitely. I think they realize though that the threat might be in A. We do have Styron already falling back, giving some space. They are running it in. This is the Bleed we're used to seeing. So dominating, but the smokes is blocking out any possible holes coming in from EG.
The drone assisting Juicy to clear dugout as well. CT. He's in, he's got dugout control. Anyone pushes out there, they are in for a surprise. He's 1 point away from his Empress. Not to say that he really needs it. His goal was to go in, clear side, land it down. Durion spots out these flanks. It's a 1-2 tag team with Neff. It looks like it just might be over for Enigma Gaming because they're going into the next round with no full buys, I reckon.
Oh, so very heartbreaking, I would say, for themselves. 4 members on the side of attacks. They have to try to force the stick, but Freya Styron gets quick work made of them. Super fast by Neff as well as Crazy Guy. Now we're on to match point, 12-8. Can they even purchase? It's the question.
I already said, this is a miracle. Okay, they can still full buy somehow. 5.9k left for Styron, but some of them really just scraping by. Frey doesn't have full armor. That's about it, I guess. Utility-wise, all right, it's manageable, I'd say. Okay, look on to Bleed Esports. Crazy Guy is got a Bing chilling on that half shield just in case things go awry. They can still full buy next round, if anything.
Yep. They are really looking at the possibilities if this turns south, and I think that's something that they would like to put into consideration, especially since EG has been able to take some rounds off of them, especially on defenders. They might be able to read them this time since there are so many utilities on to A and already 2 members on the link.
Ooh, 1 Leer used. If they move in, this is the final attempt by Enigma Gaming to stop this push from coming in. But as coordinated as they are, Durion is still leading the charge. He's got default control already. Trying to peek out and see if he can get one. He does, but eventually trades out because High Tide going to push some of Bleed members back. Got a 3-on-3 right now. Juicy still has that Empress. Very, very disciplined. I don't know how he holds it this long. But yeah, I feel like Enigma Gaming has prevented this push, but the round's not over.
Oh, Neff already so much space taking himself on B side. Managed to find out Artin with the sliver of corners.
Yeah.
Sets up.
Oh, this is planted just beautifully for even 2 nanoswarms there. Yeah, I'd say planted for open even. Play on pillar, I guess. They don't really have any utilities much as well. Divine only has 1 guiding light. That pretty much matters. Juicy still has Empress. That's all I'm gonna say.
And we talked about Juicy popping off. This could be the highlight moment. This could be the match that ends it all.
There we go. The final cry. You know what they say? It's not over until the fat lady sings, right? That is a lady, but she sure ain't fat, let me tell you. That's 1 kill here. Final right away as Styron tries to hold it down. He's being tagged out and Scary will end the round. 13-8 is what we see on the scoreline for Pearl. And I'd say that this is the first loss on Pearl for Enigma Gaming.
Heartbreaking for them. And then definitely, like you said, the fat woman singing, well, that is the fat woman in terms of kills being put into his belt.
You know what? If he eats these many players, of course, I would say that, fat lady sings. Of course, we're not fat shaming here. I'm just saying that is an actual line. It really was over. Like, you talk about a potential equalizer that happened. The crucial turning point that should have went into Enigma Gaming's favor didn't happen. So that's where Bleed finally secured the win. They understood the objective. took the W.
You know, I have to wonder if, I mean, yes, Bleed was struggling, but could that just be because they wanted to fish out and get the information of how EG usually plays on defense and finally managed to overcome that?
Yeah, you know, we don't talk enough about, like, you know, first is space creation and another is like angle holding. Like, how much abilities do you commit to actually hold a side first and push? You can see the stark differences in Enigma gaming, because the first round you see they try to push but they cannot break into Bleed. Why is that defense so formidable, you might ask, right? And then on the flip side, when you see Bleed on attack, they always get side in 5 seconds. What's different? What's missing from this equation?
I mean, there's so many things that could be factoring into as the answers. Of course, Darion holding off B like a wall, I would say, has been super hard for Enigma to try to get some points within the first round itself. And they've been constantly trying to attack and execute B side, which has been towards the demise.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I also said that the early round deficits might come into play. They were literally 7 rounds behind or something. Yeah. And that was enough to edge Bleed out to this victory. Because imagine if it was like an 11-11 or 12-11 mark, right? You know, call it an equalizer at that point, but it could put Bleed in a mental state that they may not be ready for the overtime.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter that, you know, the 10-9 didn't happen. It was an 11-8 crucial round, push all the way to a 13-8.
And when you talk about two top contending teams, sometimes it's not about the map that you pick. Sometimes it's about the side that you start on. And it really comes down to all these small things that could put advantages into your favor.
Yep.
And we see here the ending scoreline, the finisher, 8-13, 13 points towards Bleed. So many things can be said, and 0-50s on both sides. So whenever they do not have the economy, it's just been punishable for themselves.
Well, that will mark the end of Pearl for sure, and Bleed will continue their map streak wins. If you have not tuned in to the early stages of the broadcast, they are literally 100% on all maps, except Split because they've never played it. But Bind came back in recently and they got a hundo on that. So both literally crazy duelists up there for your MVPs, but of course you gotta understand, man, the Zan literally has the world in his hands and the team tried to keep up as well. But of course, I feel like it's always Bleed ahead of the race just a little bit. But you gotta understand that Enigma Gaming ain't too far back. Like I say, 8 is a very feasible scoreline to still bring this to a game 3 and to see when map number 2 comes in, which is Haven. Enigma Gaming has not played a map of Haven, by the way. And I say that Bleed did play one Haven, so, you know, come here, look at this MVP. Darion smiling as he is. 281 ACS. Can't ask for much better, man. Like, he's positioning as his jet. You know, his impact frags, takes 2 kills before dying most of the time.
Yep.
Hands off. Hats off.
And maybe take a look at the operator on his side. That's exactly what he's been playing the whole entire time, holding B side like a fortress. Yep. And well, it's always arm's length between these two, right? This race has been so close between each other, and I really think that Bleed is super well in reading the way that EG plays. But with the unexpected revenge thrown into the equation of having Haven, without any track record of how EG plays, it could be something that would benefit EG.
But that is going to only come when we set that up. So ladies and gentlemen, because don't go anywhere, map 2 between Enigma Gaming and Bleed coming right at you. You won't want to miss this action.
Hi guys, my name is Kong Ang. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the initiator and IGL for VCT Esports. About our team, we overheat while playing a lot. Like when we get the first kill, we will try to fight the second one. And when we get the second one, we will try for the third one. And sometimes that one will cost us the game. During the off time, sometimes we just go buy food and cook the meal together and play right after that.
Hi everyone, my name is Derek, also known as Darion, and I play the Sentinel role for VCT Esports. One fun fact about Crazy Guy is he actually has like one of the loudest voice I've heard ever in my life. One fun fact about Scary is he's actually known for his calculativeness and calmness in the game, however he's very clumsy in real life. It will probably be X10 because they brought in 2 new additions to the team, which would most likely bring a positive change to their environment.
Hello everyone, my name is Pon. IGN is Scary. I'm come from Thailand. I play a controller role for VCT Esports. Fun fact about Darion is now he is Sentinel player for us, but he really don't like to play Sentinel. every time we play the map that he had to play Sentinel, he gonna say, you join again, Zephyr again, I don't like to play, can I change? Yeah, pull the on. I feel really good to have chance to play here. And my teammates very kind, they are good guys. But I don't think too much, I just focus about my performance and my team performance. So we're gonna win the Ascension.
My name is Juicy and I play the duelist role for Bleed Esports. Fun fact about Neff is that when he eats chicken rice, he's scared to eat a lot. So he's scared to 加肉, 加饭和加蛋. I think I would want to be remembered as the crazy entry fragger who kills 3 and doesn't die.
Hello guys, my name is Marcus and I go by the IGN of Neff and I play the flex role for Bleed Esports. So when Juicy orders chicken rice, right, he'll only order chicken rice that is worth $10. If not, he will not be willing to eat it, which probably explains why he is 2 times of my weight. So an advice I can give is that to just grind the game out and get better at the game. And another important point is to build connections with players that are in positions that you aspire to be in the future.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is, but Jeet, he has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more.
Oh!
Scary. But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, it's walking and boost that. Vera picking up 3.
We are back at it again with the VALORANT Champions Tour MYSG, and you are in the middle of Enigma as well as Bleed Esports. They already just closed off the first map, which is Pearl, and now moving on to Haven.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. You know who it is already. It's a Lemonade Xeno Viper. We call it the Xeno Lemonade combo. And trust me, the first map, as close as it was, still went out in Bleed's favor. You know, Enigma really could have had that opportunity, but they had that one chance and they let it slip.
Yeah, but it was really close, 8-13. I believe that was the scoreline. So really, EG just needs to try to find that little factors to put towards their advantage over here.
Yeah.
And now coming to Haven, though, the advantage is not really there because we have Bleed coming with 100% win rate on Haven, 2 wins, and Haven has not been played by EG themselves. So a lot to be asked for.
There are probably enough statistics to show that Bleed is super comfortable onto Haven that it might not go to a game 3, but I'm just saying that it's a dark horse at this point because you just don't know how Enigma Gaming will play on Haven. You know, we just don't know whether it was always banned out by the opposing team or it was just a decider that never got to it, right? You know, we can give them the benefit of doubt. But one thing's for sure is that I think a lot of us are in for this full series, right? A full 3 game.
Yep.
It's entertainment at this point, but of course, to you guys out there, of course, you're just supporting Bleed or Enigma Gaming in your own right. Trust me, both of these teams are literally playing out their minds right now, being the top 2 in the entire round-robin series of Split 2.
Yep, both of these teams are at 6-0 points in lead. So whoever loses this series is going to have a very sad 1 point added into the losses. And now we're seeing the agents select on both sides be pretty standard. They're actually quite...
Is it standard for it? But let's see here for Bleed. Are they going with the same lineup, actually? Give me a sec. I'd say they do rotate things sometimes, I guess. But we're looking at, let's say, Crazy. Well, Crazy Guy is on... Yeah, he's got the Sova, Jet, Omen. It's all the same place, by the way. So Bleed has stayed with this comp for the Haven game, but this is the first time we're seeing Enigma Gaming on Haven. And pretty much is almost mirror minus just the difference of the smoker.
Yep, definitely. And well, I just took a look a little bit on the stats here. I mean, we say they haven't played, EG hasn't played on Haven in Split 2, but they have definitely played a few 105 games on Haven. So definitely have some familiarity. But in terms of a tournament situation, I wonder how that will go for them. 63% win rate according to their past matches though.
I mean, how foreign can you be with Haven, right? Think about it. It's just like how foreign can you be with a first map that was ever introduced in Valorant?
And it hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. You know, I thought that like Haven would be the first map to be taken out of Valorant when Bind came back in, just because like I thought maybe some reworks could have happened there. But there's probably enough justification that Haven still has enough room for flexibility. Whereas for Icebox, it's like if you don't pick these 3 agents, you will have a higher chance of loss. You know, the kind of situation, right? So you know, at least Haven's still here, still good as a 3-point map, similar to Lotus. That I think we're seeing that coming for our decider if it comes to that.
Both sides though, pretty much standard picks, so really looking to see some default plays here. Could be a B push coming in from Believe. Definitely the aggression being made here. Fault line as well as Juicy investing his dash to get inside. Nap takes down Arson. Styron has 1 in return, so this is going to be 1-on-1. Styron finds Juicy. Skirmishes all around. 1 for 1, 1 for 1. Zan and Scary just last 2 men alive.
The high ground.
Wow.
The high ground. There was 2 people up on that. And Scary just got 2 Chris headshots, but not enough. Zan came in and just clutched around. I won't say when it's required the most, but I just feel like that would have been a nail biter. Could have gone away with Bleed, like they played it almost up to a T. Could have even gotten that round, I'd say. But of course, at that distance, I'd say the Sheriff could have won that deal.
Did Zan start on A side the last round? Because he actually came in from flank and there were a couple of... Oh wait, no, mind, forget it. Scrap that. He's dead anyway. The killjoy does not matter.
Oh, well, having a lead early on is good news for Enigma Gaming, but the real deal happens in those rifle rounds. As we all know, we're just back to basics, you know. Jet on jet situation, it's in a game, fast B take. It's always good in the first few rounds of the half. And as in Juicy one tries to double dip with that. Unfortunately, not enough bullets in the chamber. Scary gets a return instantly, so Bleed still has the numbers.
Oh, Bleed has the numbers, but EG actually forced himself. I think they realized that Zan managed to find 1, but that's going to be 2 members down on their end. So they still have the member advantage. Ooh, Diffuse comes in.
It's not enough though, but I feel it's not even halved. The Styron's got a Phantom somehow.
Oh.
Where did that come from? You might have taken it from one of the Bleed members for sure, but I don't think this is going to come close to anywhere to a successful defuse. He's going to save. Yep, he's run all the way to C.
I think he realized he has the value here, doesn't want to try to risk it since all these members of his team already got taken down. So Bleed managed to find himself 1 point. Really a good force over there. Surprise factor, really throwing EG off the bench.
Wait, I'm trolling. Enigma Gaming won the first round, not Bleed. So that Phantom was from one of Enigma Gaming's members. I am actually trolling live on this broadcast. So, might have been Styron's one, by the way. Just saying. So, lucky to be the sole survivor of that, especially with the biggest purchase. And now Bleed are going hot with that, even though committing some of that anti-eco weapons, but half shields is still good. Knowing that Enigma Gaming probably doesn't have a buy here because those were a lot of anti-eco weapons committed that round.
Now unable to purchase themselves many rifles, they throw their only Phantom onto Zan. And possibly trying to get something for themselves, but Juicy and the rest of his teammates, they're going to try for a C execute this time.
They not commit though. I feel that's a lot of utils probably ready to be executed if they decide to make a push into C. They can play time, honestly. And Bleed can just rinse and repeat what Enigma Gaming's done for Pearl's side. They just need to default, honestly, because they know Enigma Gaming doesn't have a buy.
It's pretty interesting to see the way that EG is giving off B side possession super fast, considering that Bleed has been patently going onto that side. Oh, but Frey's in the smoke, doesn't get spot out with the 2 bullets of shot. He finds himself 2 kills, finally gets taken down by Scary, and 1 more into his belt. But he's 32 members down, and he is super low.
Oh, Lord! We call that a triple, baby! Coming out of the garage and popping up to say hi.
I spoke too soon. It
No,
doesn't matter.
See, Darion's in places where Darion shouldn't be. The commotion was at C, and then Enigma Gaming just rounded up themselves. I think they just trying to make it easy for Bleed, but no. I think like at least now the rifles are out. By the way, this we have seen it on to Darion in Pearl. This is a round 4 operator here, and because Enigma Gaming is on the defense, Zan has to make those shots count.
Oh, but he's holding C long though, which is not the area where Bleed is trying to attack right now. The aggression is pushing onto A site, and there's only a Soul Styron trying to give some information to his teammates. They're just walking really slowly. I think they realize that Bleed plays a little bit like information fishing, trying to get those pickoffs, and doesn't quite commit just yet.
Now, one thing I like about Killjoy in this map is that you can definitely hold down Garage and C side by yourselves, and give more focus onto B and A when necessary. So there's a lot of tutorials on on Haven how you can hold angles and take them most of the time, and that's why Breach is now a staple here. Knowing that the aftershock can clear multiple angles for your jet to even push in with the fault line, right? There's a lot of straight lines in Haven, so becomes a good staple. But the thing now here is that we haven't seen Bleed play the timer down this much, but they're finally going to execute. A side is an in.
Ooh, counter fault line gets dropped on, but Juicy isn't phased by it. Managed to take Divine down with just a Guardian already onto site. Made that 2 victims on the side of EG down as well. They have sight, they have the spike, they have time. They can do anything they want.
I wouldn't even call it coordination by Bleed, but what was that by Enigma Gaming? I wasn't even sure where they were at that point. Like, they just fell to the ground, right? And now remember, the operator is committed onto Zan. He definitely doesn't want to lose this. He's definitely saving for sure, but there's only one place that Zan could be, and they're pre-firing him. Now, I respect the angle, of course. Juicy is super low, but there's only 2 places he could look, right? It could be either on B-Link or on CT. And he spotted Zan in CT, so he can be in for the hunt. He knows he's low. He's got money for next round. Oh, he's toying with Zan for sure, but Zan will make short work. That's a jet diff right there. I have to find another one. It's a good angle, by the way. I didn't even know you could raise yourself there.
Oh, we didn't even see him, but he managed to slip it now. So Scary gets his life taken away by Zan.
That's an angle, by the way? Like, I have to know.
I didn't know.
I didn't even know. That's an angle.
A place you can step on.
That's a diagonal angle, for sure. Diagonal. Oh, I can't speak. But damn, boys, it's Bleed right now stealing 3 rounds away from Enigma Gaming. Just like that. Snap. Snap if you heard it. Scary with 7 kills. Those tag team with Scary and Juicy and Crazy Guy sometimes. Doing work. And now with the Rolling Thunder for Neff can definitely make pushing into C much more of a breeze, I'd say. And it's not the map that I'm even talking about here. You really want leads, man. And Enigma Gaming really struggling by with those buys.
Blocking sight. I'm not really sure if this is something that we can say that Bleed is reading really well into EG, because suddenly they are running into A, trying to play a little bit mind games, knowing that Styron is the only one there the last round, possibly trying to play around with the Thunder. The Rolling Thunder comes in. The Jersey is going to find Styron. They have a possession, half the side, but they have some contesting to make work of Ray and Zan. Now the last 2 men surviving on the defenders. Once again, the similar situation. Deja vu once again.
Literally the same 2 people alive. What's going on? Oh,
the
Crazy
same
Guy.
Positions.
Crazy Guy makes an instant 180 backwards. And by the way, Zan actually lost the duel against Neff. You gotta feel for that. Losing the operator after saving here, that's fine. But Frey looks to try to make this expensive. A good peek out by Scary, by the way. And it's alive for now, but Frey just sneezed onto him. Ashu he goes. And down he goes. 1-4 the lead. Yo, make it close, I'd say, but we don't want this a repeat of Pearl where Bleed trails ahead by a huge margin. And then Enigma Gaming struggles to climb up. And by the way, this is Enigma Gaming starting on the defense. So would you say that Haven is still an attacker favorite map? I don't think so.
I mean, that was just something that they said. I would say this, when you have these two top contending teams, it does not matter, really. And the way that Bleed has been kind of playing the mental game and reading so well into EG's movements and the way that they play has been impeccable so far. The only silver lining is now that EG has ultimates, but it goes down straight away. Divine as well gets taken down. Hunter's Ring gets popped out. He does manage to tag one. He might get one
No,
only.
it's all tags, baby. All tags, no kills.
Oh.
Talk about one that's juicy in hot. Triple is delivered on his table. The meals are hot to serve. He can even go in for the quad, but I don't think he wants to overheat. He can just play with his team. After all, gotta understand that the rest of Bleed members are also fairly low because of the Hunter's Fury tag earlier. Arthur might be the first one to get information for his team, and the crosshair flicks to Juicy. No ace for you, he says. Retake commencing. He has 3 stars if anything, and Frey still finds one if anything. He's bottom one out at long, and he finally finds the one scary up as his little cubby, and it made it work. Now, with this Cosmic Divide up as well, they know it's half. The scan is in. It doesn't scan anything for sure. It's in, and Frey makes it a triple. He turns the tide in his favor. When it counts, Frey comes up.
I talked about all the utilities that they could possibly use, but they just need the one. They just need the Cosmic Divide. They're playing off of each other. It almost seems as though they're meeting the doom, but Frey and Arton, they know how to play off each other.
Like, if you know that you need one Cosmic Divide against one player playing at long, you know the dire situation at hand, right? It's planted for long anyway, so you're gonna have to be using that. It's not the same like a Cove by Harbor. We can block bullets, right? So, and the scan was perfect. It didn't, I mean, the scan was perfect for Enigma Gaming side because he didn't scan any one of them. Valiant attempt and a good turnaround despite Zan losing his operator in the previous round. And now he gets it back, by the way. New operator, and he's already down to 70.
Actually, so brave to push out like this. On the other side of the smokes, though, is going to be seeing that, but he doesn't quite make it. Just a bit too slow to try to return to safety. Now the operator is dropped in the middle of no man's land. Now they're going to try to retrieve it. He does.
No man's land sometimes is omen's land. Because you can teleport to places you can reach.
That's true.
Good angle held down by Styron, by the way. But the trade is not what you want to see because you need to get killed without actually dying. But funny enough, that's Juicy. Full on flash. And Divine is kind of repositioned. Comes out, gets another one, but Bleed somehow still find members. That ain't good. You would think that this was going in Enigma Gaming's favor, and suddenly they just swing it around. Suddenly it's a 2-on-1.
Scary picks up the spike. He even has the ultimate available, but doesn't quite invest into it. I think potentially trying to read in the fact that Arthur might predict a from the shadows possibly use. Here's the lockdown that is going to indicate that the push is going to be onto A side if they are actually going. Yes, they are.
If they go, so I mean, timer is one thing. Arthur right now, just time it out, and the shot beautiful by Scary. How does he do it? He's literally running and gunning, by the way.
Wow. Now bringing it to 2-5. Bleed managed to take one more point for themselves. Not trying to give them that the correct rolling, the economy that they really need. And now the timeout is being called out by EG. I think very much needed, especially since you are in round number 8 and you are at 2 points, 3 differential against Bleed.
3 points is good enough for them to take this time out. It's not as, I would say it's not as big of a lead right now like Pearl that we saw earlier, but it's good to reconvene fast, especially now you have a very impactful ultimate that's Divine, right? With this Rolling Thunder, they can choose to probably just hold down C by himself, wait for a push in. A couple of people can be playing Garage as well in the meantime. You already know that Bleed almost never attempts B in any case. So Enigma Gaming should take this as a read and redirect most of your defensive abilities to A, potentially, A short. Garage hasn't really been attempted much by Bleed as well when you think about it. It's hard to find a pattern on how Bleed does it. They usually just try to go in by brute force. Mostly on A main and mostly on C main, that's all.
So many things to be asked by EG here. Do we purchase? Do we try to win this round, especially since this is going to be a round that could possibly go in for half or just save entirely? But if they do save, they do give them one more point, and we do not want to get that steamroll happening. It has been happening so much for them. They don't want to give lead that.
It's just hard for me to accept the word steamroll with Enigma Gaming, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. I say they end out the first round without a steamroll, but here we go now. Let's just start on here. I feel like Enigma Gaming tries to push the issue. It may work though, it made it a 1-1, but of course Zan gets cornered. With the team, they couldn't push out. Frey tries to get a contact kill onto window. Unfortunately fails. I haven't seen them really try to take mid control that much, but seems to be going in Bleed's favor, even though they don't wish to hold mid control.
It could be a good thing for EG as well, considering that they kind of cornered Bleed into just holding window into nest up in their own spawn. They haven't made much movement yet. They have 50 seconds on the clock, but if they decide to burst, that's when we have the reaction time of EG in question, really highlighted there.
Styron wants blood, but it's his own blood that will be spilled. Dear God, Crazy Guy lives with 20 HP. I mean, they're on equal weapons. It's tough, man. He has got a timeout now. The lead will still grow for Bleed. But the thing is that, you know, 4 points is still doable, I'd say. You know, we count every round as being important because, like, there's no sugarcoating this. Every round actually matters against Bleed Esports. I almost said Enigma Esports and Bleed Gaming, by the way. But doesn't have the right ring to it.
Nah.
And how Bleed got banked for days, I'd say? Maybe not days, you know, some hours.
A rainy day.
A rainy day, if that matters. And important ultimates to count. Enigma Gaming would not like to see this. They need to take down Bleed without even trading. That's the situation they're placed in right now. No trades, just kills.
Super hard though. Usually they play onto site, and that's usually the default way you play onto Haven, try to hold it down for rotations. But the fact that Bleed has been using so much power and aggression to really overrun them and claim side for themselves, and a little bit of patience as well. They don't exactly just run in at you. They know exactly which fight to pick off. Oh, Darion though might be seeing a fight for his own element nest. He managed to find Zan, but gets a refrag in return.
Instant refrag too, by the way, and that was commotions only up to A. And look at that, Bleed pushing someone on Enigma Gaming's back, but Styron stays and fight. Dodges the Hunter's Fury like a whim. On a whim, sorry. And seems like the sidestep god he is, but he's finally still found.
Oh, like a whim, but a really strong one as well. Scary already making so much space for himself, holding it out. But the Rolling Thunder on the defense side comes through. Frey manages to find 2 for himself. Made that 3. Playing off of each other so well done. And now we have 3 points for EG.
So low,
Everyone note down
but
your
never went down.
observations,
That's
then
the
let's run
EG
it
I
again.
know. Beautiful retake. Everything worked out then for, like literally even the Rolling Thunder was used by Divine. And it actually knocked down, I forgot who that was, but he definitely couldn't land those shots of 2 people coming out from garage there, right? So that was one info. Body just fell for Bleed Esports. But the final one, they lined up almost perfectly for those final kills, but it was just a shot coming out from CT and one at garage. So it was just overwhelming for Bleed Esports at that moment.
And I think that was at least 3 ultimates utilized on Bleed. Because right now you can see them the ultimate counter reset. And that was 1 Rolling Thunder from Divine. That's all they needed.
I think there might have been 4 ultimate, I'm not sure, but it might have been 3. Let's talk about that, talk about this round. That seems to be just refrags. On and on, down to 3-on-3. So, caught is an equalized outcome of that little skirmish there. But you gotta understand that you are lacking your smoker and your entry point now for Bleed Esports. But if they play this well, they should be able to take side. Maybe catch a little bit of chance by Enigma Gaming not holding down a certain crucial point.
I mean, if they're able to just sneak in like they are right now, they might not even need to utilize any abilities for the side take. The fault line comes through, but that's okay because it's rechargeable. But that's going to give indication to Enigma. They have a side. Oh, Hunter's Fury gets popped out. He even has the recon bolt. Getting some tech. Missing it. Dodging it like a pro. He even just gives them the last one.
Sidestep god, by the way, and Crazy Guy takes out Frey just like this. Oh, I would imagine that Styron with the Hunter's Fury got some value, but you know, Bleed just sidesteps it like a god too. What's with everyone sidestepping Hunter's Fury today? It seems like it's not landing.
Right, as though only a tag at the very least. No one gets killed by it. So great stuff, but there we have Artem getting taken down by Darion. He's actually trying to make a little bit more aggression with the pistol. He knows that he is dazed. He goes off of his teammate's call.
I need that copy pasta of Darion like bunny hopping away or something like that. I can't remember the copy pasta by heart, but if anyone pastes that on chat, that'll be much appreciated. But hot damn, this is like, you see who's topping the scoreboard for Enigma Gaming? It's Frey. 12, and then the next following up is Styron. Like, Frey is actually leading the charge now. But the rest of Bleed Esports side, scoreline pretty much more similar. Like, everyone's been, piling on their own weight and carrying the necessary responsibilities. This round still kind of going on about the same tempo as Pearl. Like, Pearl feels much more slower, but you can feel like the same energy coming out from Haven here. Because everything is calculated. It's not like full bomb rush most of the time. Timing catches out, unfortunate kills on Enigma's side, but Bleed always trades out effectively. This is just the strength of one of the best teams in APAC.
Oh, Scary really shouldn't have lost that round. That he had full vision of Styron's head, but gets tapped down. That's gonna be great for the side EG though. You lose your smokes. You have no Scary.
But you saw how Bleed turned that around, right? In the previous one. I already said, yes, you lost your Spoker, you lost your Juicy for the entry, but they still got the round because they played it down well. Like Enigma Gaming, like the only times that I'm super confident of them winning rounds if they are at least 5-3 or 5-4 situation, they have the man advantage. But even then, like Bleed can still turn those odds. And you see, you're the blink of an eye, you just lose 2 members like this for Enigma Gaming. Yes, it's an eco round right now. This is Zan with a Vandal, by the way, only good for 1. Definitely not value.
Ooh, Darren managed to find Arden, so that's gonna be, she wrote 3-8. It could be a repeat of the last round, actually.
Yeah, last round is... there's too many last rounds being spoken here. The previous game, I'd say, that was Pearl. We also ended with a 9-3 in favor for Bleed. So... If you know what the outcome is from the previous round is that they almost equalized, was that like a 9-8 scoreline, and then Bleed just took it to a mile. Like they actually just raced to the finish line. But in the case of Enigma Gaming here, I don't even know if they can replicate the same success to even bringing it close to the equalizer. Like, it's weird to call it a success, but you gotta know that every round against Bleed matters,
Swarm grenade out.
Frey is 1 point away from his ultimate though, unable to try to get himself an ultimate orb. And this is the last round, so every single thing, utility, ability that you put out there, every single step you take, it's gonna really matter at the end of the day. And the way that EG is playing is so patient, so default, just holding it off.
Crazy guy is pushing with an AWP. What has the world come to? Yeah, man. Well, no one is really peeking out. Do they just know, or like Bleed is just unlucky for this round, not being able to find a kill? Is it unlucky for Bleed, or is it super lucky for Enigma Gaming? There's no in-between, right? Like, there's absolutely no in-between. Like, every corner control, every push-out right now, they heard the Blade Storm. There could be a random Juicy that can pop up and, destroy you at this point.
They do not know that Styron is so close up against them though, but Styron doesn't push out.
He does now.
The timing gets 1, he gets 2, 3! Oh, but so close.
Lovely shots right now, and Zan will finally take out Juicy. That is timing perfection by Styron. And he knows where Darion is. This double peek here almost lines up for a double, but it doesn't matter. This is a round for Enigma Gaming. Will deny the 3-9. The curse didn't happen last round, but Enigma Gaming sure as hell ain't gonna let this up without a fight.
No deja vu this time round. It is not 9-3, 8-4. That could be really as much as they need. They really needed that point, especially since the last round they were up so close as well, 8-13. Every single point counts right now. And pushing on to the second round, the size change. We have them attacking. Could be something a bit more different. They definitely need this reset. And with Zan on the team, I believe something explosive is up against us.
The last time that Bleed went against Enigma Gaming was actually split 1. And Bleed won 2-1, of course. But this was split 1, and the scoreline was very, very close. Like 13-9, 13-10, you know. It's pretty close out each round. It's just that Bleed always comes out as the victor. Gonna be a repeat of Split 1, I guess. That's the last time they met. Like, it's literally last March 10, I believe, yeah. So it is starting off already. If you can take Crazy Guy out as one of the crack players on their team, you know you got a chance. And right now it's Juicy holding on back, of course. He gets one though. Can he get a second one? No, he's fully blind up. The shots miss, but his body finally hits the ground. Good entry. And Enigma Gaming trying to make this as clean as possible. It doesn't matter. Frey is literally unhinged. Still topping the kill charts. This guy's here on a mission, and the mission is kill.
I mean, when you're holding sight like that and you have abilities running you over, you cannot see. That's exactly when they try to get you off. And that is Enigma Gaming really getting a point for themselves.
This plan is like, yeah, Frey, go kill. Of course, Tyron is trailing behind just as well, you know, it's okay. But no, the question is how long can you keep Bleed on this 8-point mark? That's it, right?
At the very least, they win the pistol round. Now they actually purchase and Bleed doesn't. So it could be very well a second point towards their belt.
I like this backup from Scary to see if they can catch one as a chance, but unfortunately doesn't find anything. But with this level of push-up, by the way, Juicy's probably going to run into a random Frey that's going to be out there. And they are fighting. But Juicy actually wins the duel against Frey.
Oh, with a frenzy, none less. And Sheriffs manages to find Zan and Divine. It doesn't matter if they buy, if they have precise shots.
Oh, those Sheriffs were crispy. And they're in, of course. The tag team is insane right now for Bleed. They just took this round away from Enigma Gaming. This is a buy round. And with 3 members left for Bleed as well. To take out a Bulldog and 2 Spectres, they will take those any day. Not a round you should hand over to Bleed on a platter.
And usually you expect it to come when they force themselves some buys, but that was literally nothing invested. Now they get to walk into round number 15 with guns from the previous round.
This is like a bonus of bonus.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't buy.
This is the buy one, free one more.
Buy one, free two. You gotta know your business is really doing bad to give your opponent a buy one, free two situation. It's a true Haya moment, honestly. Like you can't just purchase even a full Bulldog to lose that. So, you know, Juicy is so comfortable to still chill on this. That doesn't even need to commit to a rifle. He's just like, okay, I know you're ecoing, so why not just eco along with you guys? Definitely don't want to give Enigma Gaming free rifles. And the only reason they can commit on those Sheriffs is because they literally won the previous round with Sheriffs against like Spectres, right? Now Enigma Gaming is going to repeat the previous round here. They don't check that Scary's up there. He's got triple. He's left unchecked. And this round's just going to be over most likely. Frey somehow got that Guardian, but now he's going to know he's going up against 5. It's destroyed. They got 5 on that. They're going to make room for that Paranoia. A lot of ultimates committed, of course, to make sure that none of the teammates from Bleed actually dies. You know, when I said that this wasn't a close enough round compared to like Pearl, and trust me, the lead is suddenly growing.
Yep. A really great stuff coming in from Bleed over there. Crazy Guy and Juicy playing 2-man onto A long, really just holding down the fortress, unable to make anything true. Enigma Gaming has to force themselves into B side, and Scarius on the box waiting for them. So much coordination there. I like the way they are playing, not giving them any space for free.
I just noticed that the replays and Zan is actually eating. He was actually eating on his tab. Just when we say we need more head and less body from Zan, and we see his mouth just stuffing himself food. Dude, never change, Zan.
Hey, that's the way he gets call-outs.
Look at this man.
Okay.
You know when we say let him cook, right? But we don't mean you cook and you eat, you know? You gotta share with your team. Success is better shared.
Let him eat.
Yeah, let him eat, guys. Let him eat. We always say let him cook, but let him eat. Ready. Here we go, guys. Let him eat, okay? Just let him chew.
Pretty juicy there. Yeah?
Pretty, oh my god.
Hey, I can take a page off your books too.
You know what? Take a whole chapter, why don't you? That's triple right now for Zan. And he's on 25 HP, by the way, in case you guys don't remember. It's a Zan show. Where's the rest of his team? Team just holding down side. Not holding down side, sorry. Holding down potential flank angles. Just waiting for Styron to come in, and finally he does, of course. He spots down Scary because he's just there, chilling. Teleports. Don't know where he is right now. So they're respecting that as a double teleport. Dan looking to make this a quad, maybe, no? Ray spots him. He just needs to jiggle. He doesn't even really need to peek out. But he gives his life for that information. And the spike is not even planted at A. It's at B.
Oh, it is. I can't see it on the map, so it's a bit confusing right now, but Scary is in one corner against the world. They know where he is. He has no abilities. He gets sprayed down by the side of Enigma, and I guess this is the only thing I can say.
Yeah, man.
Give Zan his food. He pops off. He doesn't really need much.
You see, when we bring the situation to light, in the case of his chewing, his food, guys, just let him eat.
Let him eat.
It's 6-10. I mean, 4 rounds is still doable. You can pray. And you gotta spray. That's exactly what happened, and that's how Scary lost his life there. He honestly survived longer than he should, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
So, and he also took down one member. So I think that's the best case scenario for Bleed. But I already mentioned their bank, right? For days, and they're able to afford another operator. Oh, by the way, that's Juicy, sorry.
Juicy,
not
yeah.
Darion, sorry.
Oh, operator's shot does not seem to connect just yet, and he actually uses a bit of possession of A long. But enough to deter the likes of EG. It might make a garage push.
Yep.
Placing swarm grenade.
Garage's holes there.
Swarm grenade
Is that a lineup that you could actually shoot through a hole? That shouldn't be right.
Huh.
I might need to see the replay again on that, but it could be a interesting angle to clear back of Garage for sure. Ooh, Zan got a flick there, but he is blinded. Ooh. And Scary clips onto 2.
That's huge.
Yeah,
Paranoia.
that's also coordination, by the way. You gotta remember the gravity well was also committed for that. So, the surprise factor for Enigma Gaming, foil. Bleed Esports, 5 members still alive. Juicy still healthy. Even though he also still has his tailwind for that. Wow, that was just beautiful coordination. And now Enigma Gaming kind of left a little lost despite this. Despite us seeing it here, of course, that will force Tyron out of his hiding spot. Can he also dodge all Hunter's Fury shots? The answer is no. I guess the Hunter really became the hunted.
Oh, just so close over there, but he has to be aware of any potential entry points that Bleed can come from, and it's gonna be a pincer. Ayrton, the last man alive, managed to take 2 down. Consolation perhaps, and that is all she wrote. Crazy guy managed to put him down.
Not even a consolation enough. Yes, they lined up perfect. If you can get 1 triple kill, maybe you could have a chance. But no way. Jose. 11 right now, 1 point away from that match point. You gotta understand that, you know, if they lose this round, it is game over. Because next round, they will be on eco. You can argue that Zan doesn't have a buy, but he does have the Blade Storm. You know, talk about the dishwasher here. He's up to do some chores. And chores he must do, man, because the ability lies in his hands right now for the offense. And the best part about it is that Bleed can always be ready to receive Zan. They need to enable Zan like they have never enabled him before.
By giving him food, perhaps.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna
Well, the
drop
main man chef of Bryce is not even here. So you can imagine Bryce, the main master chef, cooking for Zan. It's a perfect combo. Best cooker, best eater.
We need an all-star tournament for that to happen.
You know, a full line, there's like the sous chef, you know, the line cook, and then you got the server, then we got the guy that pass. I forgot what it's called, right? I don't watch enough MasterChef to know this, but you actually have like a troop.
I am amazed by your knowledge of the kitchen.
You know what? Maybe I belong in there one day. I love food too, but yeah, anyway, that's exactly what's happening here. Just enable him. I know the rest of his team is trying their best to keep up here. You can see Divine, 11 assists as well as a breach. You got to understand your fault line, your flash, you get 1 kill, you get a good assist. The thing is that Bleed is really shutting EG down in terms of all their strats, all their positioning, all their objectives, just taking them away one by one. Enigma Gaming can't even secure 1 most of the time.
I mean, the only time that actually worked out for them was when Zan was enabled up in A long. They're going to try to re-attempt that. But Scary managed to take down Divine. So now you lose out your breach. So there is no fault line in your favor. But there we have Zan trying to make something out of this as much as he can. The rest of the members are still playing and holding on to sight.
Hey, you know what I'm going to say? You can't find a fault in that fault line because space, maybe. You know, it's funny if like the fault line can actually ping like how many people you stun. That would be an insane buff to that.
That's broken.
That is broken. By the way, do you know fault line used to be much wider? They actually narrowed it, and then I think they might have widened it a little again because last time it was too narrow. I might not be too sure, but let's not speculate on that. I feel like Zan actually got legged somehow. I don't know. Zorion ready for Frey. Yeah, that's your Sentinel down here. Juicy was ready to see if one tries to peek. He actually pre-fired that. Let's see the third time's the charm.
Ooh, totally covered by the Cloudburst there. Manages to find Zan on the other end. Makes it another one. Arson gets taken down. Scary. Finds Styron a flawless victory, bringing it into match point. Full guns, rifles, as well as operator and economy. This is all they need,
Guys,
all they could ask for.
I hope you guys are taking notes because you have to look at the positioning of Bleed Esports there. And that's exactly why none of the members died that round. Okay? Absolute perfection. One anti-flash, one peek out, you know. Juicy, of course, is just giving the team main information where they are. And the best part is, he lives through all of that. He may not get the kill, but he won the team the round.
Possibly the final round of this series. Possibly closing it up. 12 points onto Bleed. Sai even gets the point. Crazy guy going crazy with the Odin match attack. Very really low. 9 HP left. Oh! Perhaps almost got it! He did! The timing, the lined up.
Today is buy one, free one day. I don't care what you say, but they got the best deals everywhere, okay? Bleed Esports coming to the stores near you. Even though Durian did lose his life, but you gotta understand the 4-on-3 situation now. Like, they got smokes. They've got the numbers. Crazy guy got a triple already. Loses life. Wow, head popped off. Divine last man standing here. Also half HP. Might just be over. Juicy. Still alive with the operator. The moment you have 2 numbers, it's done.
Whoa. What a stylish shot that is, putting the icing on the cake. 6-13. Who would have thought? With EG as well as Bleed, the 2 top contenders, 6-0 on both ends of the scoreboard, ends in 2-0.
Yeah, not just a 2-0, but the scoreline though, they never hit double digits. It is something that I didn't expect from Enigma Gaming. So it's either like something's going awry in the plans, or Bleed really stepped up the game and make sure that it wasn't as close of a game last time they fought Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I would say they work hard at it. Also having the coach come in and giving all these analysis on the potential teams that are contending against them is very helpful for themselves. And I think Bleed really found the solution to what Enigma could bring to the table.
Clip on clips, you can see how they play off each other here. This is just, you know, compared to like Pearl, where a lot of these fights are isolated, this is definitely a lot more skirmish heavy, I'd say. You see like quick 2-3 frags and instant kills coming on the top right for sure. But when you look at the minimap, you look at the positioning, you see how Bleed is, you know, taking frags, taking kills. You know, every time when I look at the cameras, I expect Enigma Gaming to get 1 kill, but no. Bleed just comes out on top of that. Shows their power.
Yeah, they seem to always have an answer to whatever question EG tries to bring upon them. Like, if they're holding side, okay, let's just overrun them with abilities and make sure they can't really play off of each other. If they're trying to fight us, we are patient, we hold. If we sense that threat, we know how to address it.
Oh, I remember these Omen rounds. Like, yes, they check right, they check out on ceiling, and they just forgot to check on top when they know they got an Omen. Man, sometimes these little slivers, these gaps, when you give Bleed the inch, they not just take miles, they may take light years. And in this case, it's where the Enigma Gaming could not hit the double digits. It was game-breaking. It was groundbreaking for them.
Yep. So much left to be asked for from EG, and I really think they're gonna take this loss a little bit more towards their crafting table. Try to think about how they can come back from this. Now they have the 1 point in terms of loss within the scoreline. Bleed being the victor out of it really seems to have kind of formulated a winning formula for themselves. They know the practical as well as the theory that they need to bring onto whatever fight they have. So GG for both sides of the teams, Bleed as well as EG.
Yeah. Now the best part is they didn't really need to execute too big of a brain play. You know, they attempt one side, do a fake, go on to another. You know, once the space usually was given onto Bleed's side, the shots always just land, and they always have the numbers to make sure refracts are possible. And they were almost never in the number deficit. You know, there were some times that equalized that with EG, but almost never in the number deficit, like I said. So scary though, that round definitely popped off. This 319 combat score, definitely higher than the previous combat score altogether, because Durian was like, what, 289?
289, yeah.
Previous round, so. And then Styron for sure. We saw the insane frags coming out from him. There was, what, 4K by Divine at one point too? But You gotta know, the name of the game is to hit 13 first. And guess who did that? It's Bleed 2-0, by the way. If you guys missed out, first map was Pearl, and that was a 13-8 in favor for Bleed. Wow.
Yep, and this is the guy that earlier when we saw in the break, he was going, oh, my teammates are very nice, you know. I just like to play the game and scary. Do not underestimate his name. V19 ACS, 22 kills as a controller, surviving much more longer than he needs.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when there's scary, there's crazy guy. Sometimes I just call them scary guy because both of them combined, they are also scary and they are crazy too. And the best part about this is they make up one of the newest members of Bleed Esports and showing that they also belong. Whereas on the side of Enigma Gaming, yes, they were titans, but of course, when the king, there must also be a queen. Not to say like, you know, there has to be a second place. And right now though, by the way, Enigma Gaming finally has their first loss. They're 6-1 right now, and Bleed is a 7-0.
I mean, we talk about a tournament setting. It's not just about, you know, being the top runners. It's also about a bit of that mental game and trying to break through. So if you get your loss first, it could just be an advancement for yourself as well.
Yeah, and you know, because this is just round robin, so no teams are really eliminated yet. But you guys got to remember that this is the last week of these group stages because playoffs are coming right after this week. You got to stay tuned for those schedules. But you know what else? You got to stay tuned right now because we're going to set up for the last game for today. That's X10 and LVR. You don't want to miss this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more. Scary. But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, he's walking and move steps. Vera picking up 3.
But welcome back. If you don't know what you're watching already, why are you even here? This is the VALORANT Challengers series of the VCT MYSG Split 2. My name is Zeno Viper. Of course, joining me here is Lemonade on the table. Remember, we are on the last leg of the group stages before playoffs. All right, and playoffs is on the end of May. So, you know, today is one day and then tomorrow is literally the last day of group stages. What do you think about that?
I think we are in for a treat, especially since we just came out of the festivities, a little bit of a break. Now really gearing up for the final matches to come. But before all of that, we still have one more series to go through today, which is between X10 as well as LVR.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, of course, I want to give a shout out to Riot Games, the gaming company as well, VCT Esports, sponsoring this video. Make sure this is possible for all of us. But before we delve further, seems like we got another video to review.
Oh.
Oh my god, I have also seen this.
Icebox. Oh, yeah, play.
Dude, they're so good on Icebox. I'm not even trolling.
Oh, the disparity.
Oh, they actually van loaded. Yo, this content is actually so good. 3-on-2, okay. Actually split up for this 3-on-2 as well.
It has to be played.
What is that? He's second guessing himself. I'm not even trolling.
He breathed a sigh.
Dude, that man, by the way, like he just doesn't want it. He's built different from his team. You know, I don't blame him for trying to be different. You know what I'm saying? But if all team agrees to one thing though, then where's the fun?
That's true.
Most of them.
Is that too much information given to your enemies? Maybe.
I have not thought about that.
But okay, regardless, that is our video, our TikTok video. And if you want to join in the fun, you can put yourself up there and hashtag MYSG just so diff.
Just so diff. And by the way, of course, if you haven't followed our socials, why don't you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, because they are on our Instagram, on our TikTok, as well as our Twitter. So make sure you follow that for the most updated content with all things VALORANT MYSG. And now here, X10 and LVR, finally.
Wow, so much to say about, in particular, these two teams, because we have X10 who has been basically hovering above with the Giants themselves. Now a little bit in the backseat a little bit, just taking a step back, trying to reconvene and get a little bit more information about how to play with each other. And then you have LVR, who's basically lost their founding father, Veto, to none other than X10, who has picked them up and now has to try to scramble themselves up and really bring a whole team to VCT.
I mean, X10 is on 4th place right now, bested by Kizuna, by the way, because Kizuna is in 3rd place. So just to refresh you guys, Bleed was number 1, Enigma is number 2, Kizuna is number 3, and X10 is number 4. Can you imagine that? So I just don't know whether today and tomorrow can turn the tables around, but literally the last leg, I already mentioned this before, it's all that matters today. This is X10 right now. You see that, of course, the newest member would have been Wayne. Okay, but he himself has been doing some work for this team, and I feel like that's a good replacement since Neff has actually left.
Yep. Definitely, I agree with that. And the way that Wayne introduces himself in the introduction video really seems like a humble guy, and you really need that humility to try to adapt when you're coming into a new team, because then you have to see how people play, the styles that they already have, and you basically criticize yourself and realize where you can fit in. So all of that coming in together, making X10 currently really well in terms of how they've been performing, just hovering a little bit lower than I think they would like.
Yeah, just a bit lower is one thing, but like after we see Split 1, there were a lot of roster shuffles. You know, one of them, of course, being LVR. We talked about here, the most roster shuffle, and they are struggling to put a single point on the board. There's no relegations here, if anything. I think right now that they're just trying to gather whatever scraps and just try to play this series to the best of their ability. Literally, only Reverie was the only person that's remained in this.
Yep. And now that we have almost 4 different new members, and S1 Eugene is actually replacing Wisa, I believe. Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a wild card for themselves. And actually, S1 Eugene has been playing pretty well with the team the last time that he was subbed in. So I'm very excited to see how he plays this time round. I like that we have some fresh faces, but definitely a lot more to long for coming in from LVR, especially since they are at the bottom of the scoreboard currently.
I mean, I'm going to be devil's advocate here. I'm just going to straight up say that, like, I won't say that they are performing like super bad. It's just that on a tournament scale, they're definitely outclassed by a lot of people who has more experience than them. But it's a win situation anyway. Like the moment you participate in VCT, it's a tier 1 competition, right? Tier 2. Yeah, it's tier 1. So you get better experience the next time that you want to participate in something bigger, maybe in VCT 2024. So here we go now. That's Redco and Extreme is going to be our head-to-heads today for LVR here. Literally 2 very good-looking people. And also, you got to understand that the impact that they bring to the game.
Yeah, and both of these players, they are the Flash initiators as well as the IGL. The reason why I picked these 2 players is because LVR is basically a whole new team with members that are pretty much fresh into adjusting into the team play style. So Redco is only necessary to pick him and try to compare the both. And of course, Redco now actually claimed the IGL role ever since there was a spot in X10.
Yeah.
And on the other side, the Extreme is he really tries to be true to his name, really trying to make those extreme decisions to bring his team towards a victory. Unfortunately, though, the decision making may be a little bit disoriented for the team because you can see a little bit of a different pace in terms of playing among the members of LVR currently.
I mean, when you give the when you put Redco up there, I mean, he does have his merits there as, of course, ex-TSMX coach, by the way, and also coach for Alter Ego Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
So he's definitely got the experience. He's got the big brain plays, and then he's just been moving around. I hope he can find a good home one day, because he's been moving around so much and still doesn't find somewhere that he can belong. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens to the future of LVR after Split 2. But right now, they got a match to play, and it is against X10.
Yep, against X10 indeed. So here are all the maps that X10 has been playing so far. And what we can see, 25% win rate on Pearl and Lotus, which is a bit shocking considering these were the maps that they were most comfortable with in terms of Split 1. We saw them best out Bleed in terms of Pearl and Lotus itself. Sorry, not Bleed, it was Enigma. In terms of Pearl and Lotus themselves. So really showing that they had the power, but now being not performing according to what they were known for. And now 25% win rate on both of those, and then the rest of it is just one game on Icebox, Haven, Ascent, and Split. Bind still not yet to be played.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't blame them since Bind just came back in, right? So, I mean, for Louvre, it's just a given. But if you see X10's like scoreline like this, you know they're like not completely formidable. You know what I'm saying? They're just, it's still a bit scary, but the moment you can ban those maps out, I think you should be smooth sailing, I think.
Yep, definitely. And I think we'll be seeing a bit of familiar maps being contested this time around. I would say maybe a Pearl, X10 who might want to play Lotus just because they're more comfortable on it, try and maybe get a bit more footing as well. They can actually take this as a practice match, honestly. And I mean no disrespect here, it's just the way that X10 is known to be a little bit hovering in the middle. They will really want to try to break through from it.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we talk about X10's map now. You have to see Louvre. When I say struggling as they are, they still managed to take at least one map, and that was Pearl. If I'm not mistaken, that was against Tio just about very recently. Yeah, so that's your only map here going on for them. I don't know. You're going to put your... I wouldn't say place your bets, but place your hopes, I mean, even against for LVR, because they need your support for sure.
Yep, and well, although X10 was known for Pearl in the previous split, now with 25% win rate, that could be the opening hole they need to start with. Definitely need to start with because they need to take that determination in terms of mentality to bring over to the second and the third round if possible.
Yep, absolutely. So, I mean, it'll be I wouldn't say it's a miracle. It's going to take one round away from at least arguably the top 3, top 4 teams of VCT MYSG right now. That's X10. They used to be top 3, but apparently dethroned by Kizuna. So I can't say top 3 no more. I have to say top 4, right?
Yep.
So one map is one thing, but I just hope they learn a thing or two. Communication is one thing, of course. then you're gonna have coordination. There's a lot of things in the books to be a competitive and pro player. There's a difference between just rank and also being in a high-level competitive environment. And this is what VCT is all about.
Yep.
Because if you can't beat if you're not up to the test, how can you beat the rest?
Well,
That.
motivation speaker Zeno Vibrant, ladies and gentlemen, give it up to him.
Yeah, invite me for a TED Talk, please. I need money.
Whoa,
I'm just kidding.
whoa.
I'm kidding. But I'm sure some of these players as well, they're here to play. So at least they're here to really mean business. Like no one is just throwing in a towel for no reason. They're here to compete. They're here to showcase what MYSG is all about, right? And with the introduction, of course, when X10 Enigma Gaming, they came in, these are orgs from other countries. They have taken notice of MYSG and try to invest into it. So I think like 2023 is our year to come. Like back then when Paper X took the world stage, came out top 4, and then suddenly all eyes on Southeast Asia, right?
Yep.
So I don't know. Time for esports in Southeast Asia. If it's not for Bleed setting the standards that what to be met in APAC, I feel like all teams need to be practicing up because they know that's the target to reach.
Yeah, definitely. And I love to see all these grassroots players really making their breakthrough onto a higher tier tournament. And especially seeing the members of LVR. Yes, they are new, they are fresh, they have much more to long for. But just having this experience coming through, it's really valuable, more than you can ask for from any ranked games. And earlier you actually mentioned about Red Call not having not having a home per se, just want to see him settle down. Well, LVR is usually the place for him because it's his baby, right?
Yeah, that was his baby. Anyway, here we go. I think we haven't shown this the last series, but this is pretty much top 5 ACS. Who here is not a duelist? Raise your hand. I know you can't see it, but of course the winner is ding 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 Darion there, and he's sitting on the second top chart, right? Everyone here is so talented here. Even Frosty is making his name up there. ACS is one thing, but you guys got to understand that, duelists ain't the main role most of the time. It's how you are enabled, how do you play off your team, how you play off contact and information. Like duelist is responsible to go in, take space. Those kills are not necessary, but if they can get one kill and be alive, that's extra bonus from your team. And these are the players that not only are crisp in their own merit, but also very talented in information and space controlling.
Yep, definitely. And the fact that we see Darion there with a 2.1 KD, average KDA, really shows the force to be reckoned with. But all of these players, they definitely deserve this point. Being in this leaderboard currently has really means so much for themselves as well as their team. But of course, individual plays is just individual plays if it's not followed up by your team. So really, a lot of these team here have to thank their teammates.
Yeah, it's easy to see if one person is just shining or like one person is just getting mad frags on screen, right?
Yep.
But behind the scenes is what you don't see is like those the early pickoffs. How did it lead up to that situation? What utilities were expended in the earlier round that they can't use during the skirmish? But of course, when it just comes down to actual precise gunplay, obviously these players will be topping the charts, right? I won't take any of these spots away from them because when we see them on camera, it's just really beautiful to watch them pop hits.
Oh yeah, beautiful and really fast and really hard for me to track sometimes, just how fast their reaction is. So really kudos to these players, all of them, every single player in any team. Patting it back.
Patting your back, man. Yeah, just wait for them to begin, guys. Remember, this is the last series for today before we close out the game. And in case you guys didn't catch this earlier, there was Bleed Esports against Enigma Gaming, where Bleed took a clean 2-0 sweep. And I think the first game was 13-8, second game was 13-6. And yeah, that was nowhere close. Definitely not a scoreline I was expecting.
Yeah, we all predicted that it would go to the
might be even third game. So we don't have a third game, but those two maps played, they never even reached double digits for Enigma Gaming. That's something that I didn't expect for sure. So is Bleed an actual stronger opponent than what we seem, or is Enigma Gaming less prepared than it seems? There's no middle ground. It's literally either one or the other. You know what I'm saying? So can we expect the same outcome coming out from Louvre and what's our last person again? Louvre
X10.
and X10. You know, can we get an upset? Maybe that's what all of us might be expecting about. And hoping for, not expecting.
I mean, if there is a team that LVR can upset, it would be X10. Just because they have a little bit more familiarity in the way that they play and potentially could overcome that and have a counter to what they have in store.
I'm not even going to pretend I understand or acknowledge the odds right now between LVR and X10. but upsets have happened in the past. First being Team Path that we see in Split 1, right?
Yeah.
So while we get this map ready, guys, you got to pay attention that this, I won't say it was make or break for Louvre, because I'm not really sure top 6 goes to playoffs and only 6. And then there's only how many spots in Ascension, I believe. We don't know how many spots for MYSG region for Ascension just yet.
Yep. So we're moving on to the map Veto, but before any of that, any predictions before we go into it?
Why would you ask me this question?
Okay.
Man, I hate you. Okay.
At least you stop with the bets. Haven is out of question.
What's it? Predictions? I was thinking like actual map wins, but no.
Oh,
you
no,
just,
no,
you
no,
meant
no.
the map.
Predictions. Not so hard.
You just said predictions. I'm like, ooh, okay.
I was
Series
afraid the
prediction?
Veto would show up, okay?
Though looking at, I don't know, looking at stats here, X10 could play any map and be fine, but if Louvre wants to play off X10's books, they should literally ban off their, was it an Icebox? Yeah. Icebox and Ascent. I mean, I've seen them X10 play Ascent pretty well. They won 2 games out of nothing.
Oh.
Pearl and Lotus is the most maps played for X10 you saw earlier, and you don't see that. But you see, LVR actually is more comfortable with picking Pearl first, which is one of X10's lowest win rates. It's only 25%.
And the map that they actually won against Tio. So definitely big reason to why they decided to take this map. But we have Bind being selected by X10, so that's going to be a wild card for us, I believe. I don't think they have...
My first Bind in a long while, because even back then when Bind was in the map pool, we barely see it. Most of the time it's even in Decider that we never saw. So good stuff coming out here. We never saw Lotus as well from map 3 earlier. I'd be so down for that to happen.
It's definitely Decider, I believe so.
What else is missing here?
Split.
Split, right?
Yeah, Split.
That's if we come to that point.
Yeah.
So Ascent, of course, being banned out here right now. Pearl is actually the first map for both series that we had today.
Yeah, definitely. And we have X10 actually picking defense first, and I think this is going to be beneficial for them. Oh, the Lotus gets banned out. I was so confident it'd be Decider map, but Split is the map we're going to for the last round.
You know what? We will take this. And it even gets to Split, then we will have a game on our hands. Because right now, I'm sure a lot of people might be predicting the 2-0. I'm going to be putting out here, based on the statistics, Louvre is 0-6 right now. They are dying for a point. They need to make this 2-0 a fantasy for some of them. 2-1 maybe. You know what? Chalk us all, why don't you? 2-1 in favor of Louvre.
Let's go!
Right, that can't even happen here right now.
I'm the neutral man. I'm not going to say anything. But like I said, we have Pearl being picked out by LVR. This is the map that they want. This is the map they need to win if they really want to try to contest this series. Especially since if you end up losing Pearl in the beginning, then Bind and Split is going to be basically a hazy mental game for you. You don't really know what to do to best out your opponent.
Yeah, we also don't want this to end up being like a super, like a high-ranked game kind of thing where everything is just default and be like, okay, G, go kill. This kind of nonsense. But
I'm afraid that Bind may actually see that pattern just because we already know Bind for itself. Yes, there are some changes, but if really LVR is a little bit more hesitant on how to play it, then it's going to be default once again.
I mean, Bind did have some recent changes with Teleporter, so it might actually favor some attackers right now compared to being so defender favored, right? So, I don't know. There's just a lot of gimmicks happening here, even though they had the rework. Maybe some people might be even waiting for Breeze to come back in, even though I really hate that map to a passion. So
high five. Let's go.
Okay. So anyway, Icebox is out. Make that rework, come back in. But finally, at least Bind is not a decider. It's not banned out. We actually get to see Bind again. I know some of you guys got to see Bind in the past few days or maybe the last week, but you know, I've been missing from the desk and I'm so happy to finally be able to see a Bind map. Even though I'm kind of neutral about that map though.
Yeah, much. Definitely. I'm very excited to see how it is. I wonder if the meta is still the same. Maybe then among these pro teams, you know, having the Raze being 100% pick rate the last time coming around. Wonder if it's the same way. I think it is. I mean, honestly, it is the same corners.
It might be even the same picks, but like, you know, your roommate really impactful appearance once when Paper X first played it, right? That could even happen. And with the release of Neon, suddenly space taking might be a breeze, no pun intended for that, right? So, and how are the smokers? Not a lot of maps where Brimstone makes an appearance as well. Despite we saw that being picked onto Pearl by Bleed Esports there, which I still don't know how they make it work. How do they make a Brimstone work for Pearl? I can never understand. So yeah, that's the case here. Just waiting for picks to even come out here. I guess that we're just waiting for the players to just lock it in. And mind you, this is only game number 1 right now, which is Pearl. I kind of anchored myself too heavily onto Bind just because I was so eager to see that.
Oh,
but
no worries.
I keep forgetting that it's actually Pearl first.
Yes, it's Pearl first. So a lot to be said on the way that LVR is coming to this because they won 1 round off of it. And I think they are finally starting to realize the formula that they need to bring onto the stage itself because they've been playing around a little bit with the Asian picks. They had the Gecko variation. They had the variation where they they only played with the Jet as the duelist, and then they had a double duelist variation where they had Phoenix and Jet. So which iteration are they going to bring on today against X10?
You know what's funny? If Gecko's even picked, I can't even, man. Like, that's even so new to me right now. I just recently unlocked it and I started playing. I'm like, wow, that's a good agent. Even though the skills are expensive, but you're able to replenish that. So the ability for a refreshed ability is actually probably quite underwhelming if used incorrectly. But I think that he has a lot of space clearing ability. So I think it's actually good on Pearl if paired with the right lineup. But 100%, let me tell you first, it's going to be super good on Breeze.
Oh yeah. Well, now they talked about it. I think so too. Especially when you have Breeze and all the different space that you need to take, and having Initiator just go up into your face. If he manage to kill you, can replenish the ability.
Yeah, Dizzy is pretty much like an easy flash plus like it's a sky guiding light minus that you don't actually flash your teammates.
Yeah.
Right, just to clear, basically like to push out the smoke, make sure it's empty. It's so good. Like I actually want to see Gecko. We didn't see Gecko last round.
Nope.
We didn't see last series.
Nope.
I'm so down to see it here. But it's only a matter of like whether those teams are willing to take those gambles. Okay, Bind just came back in. Why not? Why don't you? You know?
Ooh. How would Gecko fare in Bind? That's the question, eh?
He has 10,000 abilities to throw to teleporters. He's just good.
That's true.
He's actually just good that way. Yeah, taking some time for the players to come back in. I'm wondering what's going on as well. So give us some time. We get that sorted out. But in the meantime, though, want to discuss a little bit on the chamber. By the way, I don't think we touched too much.
Gotta roll my sleeves up. Let's go.
Yeah, I was ready to pick that up as an agent. I liked his armory. I liked his loadout. Problem is right now he's close to being unplayable. Thoughts about that?
I mean, very difficult to say. All the benefits that he had just seems to be outweighed by the fact that he got nerfed a little bit too hard, and the other Sentinels basically do what he can't do better. And in that sense, they still have their main base, the abilities that they can use, and they can play around that, and it just seems to benefit the team play a little bit more better. So that's probably why Chamber's just being opted out a little bit more these days.
I don't know, man, because every ability is kind of nerfed. You can say that like his Headhunter was first increased in price, right? His Headhunter, and then now his pretty much his Rendezvous is non-existent. It's no longer that flexible. It literally anchors you to one spot. And of course the trademark from 2 to 1, and then now the radius. I think the radius is lesser. I could be mistaken. But a good buff I'd suggest though for Chamber is that it's either you give him back 2 trademarks or you give him back his reverted Rendezvous. No in between, just one of them.
Right.
I feel. So, because right now it's totally unplayable because we didn't even talk about the tour de force, right?
Yeah.
It's super slow right now, and I think it's quite expensive. I think it's like 8 orbs as well to get it. So everything is just it's against Chamber players right now.
Yeah.
But because he disappeared from the meta, it brought back in the other Sentinels that we have loved to see.
Yep.
Love to watch. It's Chamber and of course, it's Chamber.
Cypher
and Killjoy came back into the fray and added a bit more versatility to a lot of these Asian lineups, I think.
I mean, versatility is one, but then it really puts the description of a Sentinel being having to hold one area, because then you can't really go too far. Unless you're a Cypher, then maybe you can possibly do that. But most of the time, Cypher would like to play around the trap wires. So then when you say that there's no more lurking chamber, you take that out of the equation, then the rest of the members of the team has to try to adhere and adjust to that.
I mean, because the existence of a role in the first place is so that the agent is performing according to his responsibilities.
Yeah.
But when you have a role of a sentinel, where such as Chamber, who's playing like a duelist, something's definitely wrong.
Yeah.
But you can argue that a lot of initiators are taking duelist roles. But that's the point. That's why you saw double initiator meta most of the time. And then now, like, we see actual double duelists coming into the meta. It's like, it's a good refresh right now. So I think Riot knows what they're doing. They're just trying to keep it fresh. So maybe one day they might bring back the old Chamber. Who knows?
Oh yeah, definitely. I would love to see changes come onto Chamber. Definitely want to see him being played once again in the esports scene and in tournaments. Hopefully we get to see that, coming in. Hopefully a change comes in soon. But with that being said, the changes of Bind falls into play, and we see agents being picked on the side of X10. It's Sky, Jet, Killjoy, Harbor, as well as Viper. So that's a double controller. Oh. Yeah,
that actually happens for Pearl. A couple of times we do see a Viper Harbor, especially for Icebox. And it's attempted by X10 a couple of times. So LVR, not sure they know how to counter with this, because if done correctly, Viper Harbor is absolutely insane. These are two secondary controllers, by the way, put hand in hand. Usually I'd say you have one primary controller and a secondary controller, but these are two secondaries, and we make for a formidable push sometimes. They can delay pushes for days.
Yep, 100%. And I almost thought this was Bind once again. My bad. I'm so sorry over there. We did see the double controller actually being played out early on, and if you literally lose one, at least you still have the means to get back onto site, as well as totally cut out. Especially when you see Pearl, when people play either A main when they get the spike down, or if they just if you're attacking onto B, you can just block out the whole entire tower side. All the possibilities are endless when you have these lines to cut it through.
All right, let's say if we begin with Pearl once again. It's just a callback tribute to our first game earlier with Bleed and Enigma Gaming. But right now, let's see if there's a difference within X10 and LVR. Vera starts hot already. Vera getting double tagged through that. And by the way, it's been the first time in a long time that Vera is actually not on the neon.
Oh, he has changed for a very long while, actually.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
No, don't worry. Well, he has been opting for the Jet, and unfortunately doesn't seem to be in his favor this time round. We have Rico, though, trying to put a stop to LVR's plans. Doomin is going to be taken down 3 versus 4. Make that 4 versus 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of convincing once Vera is out, and they just try to make this push in and, well, address the issue. Wayne tries to come in from the other end, finds a head, but that's probably going to be short work of him, knowing that he doesn't have a lot of health left. Seems like B is always good for the taking most of the time.
What a shock to see that LVR started out with 1 point for themselves, and I honestly think that's because Vera wasn't ready.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, he backed out, and I think he might have re-picked. I'm not exactly sure, so Vera challenged that.
Yeah.
And in any case now, any round that LVR takes, we have to remember it, because now Extreme is really going to the extreme. There's a Vandal on him.
Oh, definitely. We'd love to see this pop off. And since he is playing on the Astra, and as the IGL, definitely could see a little bit more in terms of how his teammates play, and having that different perspective can really make decisions come in much more effectively.
The haunt that came through somehow. For anyone, but that's going to be a push in. Of course, Ego is going to be just pushed out there. Doomin pressing it on. He's up in, of course, and Extreme is making the Vandal go to work. And go to work he will, although Doomin gets straight out. No worries. Breako, last man standing, going to make it short. So, not only get the plant, they only lose Doomin in the process. And this was a fast round 2, I'd say.
Not sure if this is just a buff of having the buy round and knowing they have the benefit, the advantage for themselves. But the fact that we can see LVR's members get a half tag really shows that they're playing off of each other. They know when to tag team, refrag, and try to cover each other. And I like to see this cohesion finally out of LVR, especially since so much has been asked for.
Wait, what? The right-click melee has a music to it? I didn't even realize.
Is that the new skin?
That's the new skin.
Ah.
It is the most expensive skin released to date. Any Oilers? I don't mind. But yes, we take these rounds seriously now because the rifles are up. Let's see how they hold this. I told you, if played in tandem, they could potentially push. I mean, they could potentially hold a oncoming assault for literally over a minute if staggered correctly. But of course, they're not playing together. I feel like the attacking dives, LVR, trying to take ground. Mid control might be coming up here for sure. No one really pushing out just yet, but of course the turret's placed out. X10 can hear this, so they know there are a couple up at mid. Alarmo bot seems to be default, always up on A art. Easily said to push through, but no, it's going to be a mid link push.
We have the running back being utilized. Doesn't seem to find one except Tams, but we do have the timing coming out. Managed to find two of the attackers. Now it's just 4v3, but Tams and Redcore lose their life.
Yeah, but is that good enough? I think it is. 4-on-3, don't care, the Alarmo bot finds it. Reverie is in. They just need to, like I said, clear sight. Now that's going to be a molly to try to push anyone away from default. But unfortunately, X10 catches one cross and he's played with his teammate. And that's egoist as well. Down to a 3 versus 3 putting in, and you have to understand it is 15 seconds left.
Anyone's game by the time. It's going to force him to try to go for the plan. Two members of LVR gets taken down. Now it's just Eugene against the wall, 8 HP. The spike is even down. He's trying to fake for it. Oh, but unfortunately, it's coming from his left. His counterpart takes him down.
Yep, the smoke definitely threw him into a disarray. Not sure whether to fight the timer or to fight X10. But when X10 made those rifles count, it did, even though they did lose a couple of members. Was it just one member or two? Yeah, it was two. It's definitely two.
Two members, yeah. And that was actually the first initial skirmish that LVR had the advantage coming out of it. But the way that X10 was able to play and realize that they're running for A, holding it really close, just put LVR in a little bit of a pressuring point.
Bring them down.
Archers here for Kale. These are, I mean, it was the previous bonus for LVR, so now at least these are rifles against rifles. Now Doomin, I've seen him do magic. He's a really good duelist himself. This is why, dude, he's having to pay the bills. But of course, Redcore will retaliate. These are two trades happening for both sides of X10 and LVR. Gotta remember, there's reckoning right now for Redcore. Can push in, but Kale has a return Nightfall if that happens. Insane ultimates from both sides, but we're not really sure if that's a commit just yet. If you can see X10, they are still thinned out in terms of their defenses. So this could be a good time for LVR to strike.
Redcore is actually really patient as well as respectable. Doesn't try to go out and be too overzealous. That's the Nightfall is going to spot out Redcore. They know one is in Halls. Can they get to him though? The rest of his teammates make a beeline onto the site, using the Nebula into the advantage. It's blocked up, hard to see. But we have Eugene sneaking up against Redcore. Nanosong's going to be trying to stop the push coming in, the retake. Now it's 1v2. Wayne. It's gonna put out a snake bite.
Yeah, you have to understand that Defin is so strong, and that's why Fate is formidable on this. He is sucked, of course. Now he knows where the spike is planted. Wayne, I love Esther, that used to be his name. Gets double peeked there by LVR. Ain't got chance, but of course they steal it away from X10 just like this. Hey, they got the lead. But if you know anything about X10 is that they let the opponent play because, you know, X10 can respond and they can adapt. But how long would it take for them to adapt will be the question.
And the Reckoning was also utilized there. Unfortunately, not enough to try to push and deter LVR, making their aggression onto site itself. It's a bit of an interesting say. I think it's just the lack of information for Redcore to work with there. And I guess that's the giveaway you have when you're playing the double controller. You do have Tams to provide that information, but if he's on the wrong side, then you basically omit that.
Turn out.
Good analysis there. I mean, when we come back to the basics of like space control, you're on defending, right? How that? That is a big question mark. Double kill onto Flowers that side. Now X10 catches Reverie on the reload. Didn't hear Wayne just pushing up just like this, and he would try to, you know, put his Vandal to work. I mean, he's gotten a free upgrade if he wants. It's a Vandal now. It used to be a Spectre, but it's an entry point again. I think Doomin knows how to take space really well. Vera's on site, but he hasn't made his presence known just yet. Can wait for the plan, wait for his team to come back for the retake, because X10 knows they don't have the numbers just yet.
They have to wait for the rotate to come in. Vera's just trying to see if he can get any angles up in heaven. Doesn't seem to be much. Trailblazer gets shot down, so they know they are close. They have to really try to get those pickoffs. Guiding Light's gonna pop off in Halls. unable to try to connect onto Doom, and he gets tagged 1 HP.
No, that's good.
That's good.
Attention is onto him at halls right now. So now they have to worry about where the rest of the members of LVR right now. And because Doomin is so low, Tem got a free upgrade for him. And even if Viper's Spear would probably be down to this wire here. Just as it takes time to expand, they gotta realize that they are fighting this timer here. Vera finds a kill, he will push out, gets punished. LVR looking good for this. It is not gonna have a defuse right now, and LVR will put one more point on the board.
Oh, that was so close, but a little bit shifty there because we have one push out and then the other come in not at the same time. And while having LVR really hold it off, really proves its show. 4 points against 1 now. This is the same LVR we talked about being in the bottom of the scoreboard. Now getting a little bit more points for themselves.
Is it a delight? Hell yeah. Is it unexpected? Double hell yeah, I guess, but it's still too early. X10, I mean, now I would direct my question to X10, right? To be neutral, like, what's going on? Like, what's part of the plan that's not falling into place? These are attackers, by the way, who manage to make their way into site for post plus most of the time. And gets away scot-free with usually 3 or more members most of the time too.
Yeah, just those initial picks really open up so much possibilities for LVR to play around. And now we have the Blade Storm being opted by Doomin, popped up. Doesn't even try to throw one knife onto a knowing Vera on site itself. And take note that on the side of X10, they have half shields. So just a little bit of a shot, he's gone.
It's so quiet. These are all slow walks, and finally there is a Prowler used up there for mid-B link. Of course, Tem spots him. There's one guiding light to stop, but he's throwing everything they can to try to stop this push, but they are still relentless. LVR wants blood, but you know what's blood spilled? That's Doomin. Red Cole finds him. Imagine if that was the other way around. Doomin find that kill, it would have been super good for What a flick shot to Vera to open up, by the way. And once again, B is free for the taking, but Red Cole's got in a good angle. Take out one of Pillars, he's already got a second, tries to lay it down to Reverie, but runs out of bullets. Down a 3-on-3, he's in the smoke. Talk about a triple, he's get it.
Oh, wow. Now we have 2 members of the attackers trying to hold aside, but behind him is an Egoist lurking, manages to take out Extremist. Now without your Astro, it's just kill. He does not have any abilities. He is holding for his life. He's gonna run for it.
Yeah, he knows it's pushed out. There's only 2 ways he can be. One is all the way deep in link, and Wayne is trying to wait for the timing for them to push out. But little do you know, he really is all the way deep into the link area, like a mid. So living with a Phantom is better than dying with none, I guess. So this is a good execution from X10. And it all started from Redco.
Yep, started from Veto, moved on to his teammates. An incredible vertical flick.
Yep, started from the Redco, now we're here.
Yep.
I mean, it was true, right? Started from the Redco, and now the whole team was here.
I mean, for both sides, right? Even LVR themselves started from Veto, now we're here.
I mean, that you have to understand that you're right. You know, it's all Redco. It has always been Redco. Why did I ever question this? Was there any doubts?
This is Veto against Veto if you think about it. Either way, he's happy.
You can't have too many Redcos, man. No man should have this much power, honestly speaking. But okay, X10 stopped the bleeding. 2 points in the deficit right now, and LVR should know they cannot rinse and repeat this strat every single time. But they got 2 members lurking on the side of A already. There's a lot of Killjoy utils being placed there by Egoist. Oh man. But if he gets his head popped off, this is going to be no bueno for LVR. But knowing that they're super sharp. S1 Eugene has shown his capabilities, as well as Reverie getting those double taps most of the time. Wall is available for Extremist if he wants to use it, as well as a lockdown.
Super hard right now. That's when Eugene's gonna utilize his lockdown, gonna give the indication they're gonna try to hard commit onto A site. But you have a Viper as well as a Killjoy to try to go through. Unable to make much. Lockdown is used, but they can't exactly run in.
Yep, that's right. Immediately neutralized. You gotta understand, these are the Nebulas that might be able to end up to push in. But look at what's coming in. It's actually a flash, I think? Okay, it's not a flash, JK. I thought it was a KO. But it doesn't matter. Egoist lands the spike down. Just in time. Gets taken out there for sure. But it's X10 with a double. Perfect. Good scan. Retake situation right now, I believe. X10. They're relentless. They're gonna move in. They equalize it right now. 3 versus 3.
Wow. The utilization of the smoke slowly giving space per space. But KO and Reverie, they are not relenting just yet. Wayne, the last man standing, he has to face off 3 angles to look out for.
So are you not entertained? Like, LVR is actually playing well.
I'm amazed, actually.
Yeah, down at 3 versus 3, you thought that X10 is like taking objective after objective, getting onto site, but of course, alas is all they say. It's planted for main, and I believe it was planted a little bit out as well for Art to be peeked at. I wasn't sure, I don't remember, but there was just good execution.
Yep.
Now, only LVR can keep up this pace. They have potentially whittled X10 down to their last round before being forced in an eco. You know what? If LVR equals X10, I mean, if X10 forced an eco next round, I will be pleasantly surprised. And the best part about that, there was only a lockdown being used by Eugene. I talked about the Cosmic Divide. It's still there in Extremist hand.
Oh, the Prowler is going to fish out. Wayne, no, it does not. Just expired right at the time he needs it. KO is going to find Wayne, though, regardless of it. Reverie, it's going to be taken down with the Nano Swarm, and Ego is holding the fray.
Yeah, don't matter. KO just got his Nightfall up in the nick of time. They don't even need to push past default. Reiko is trying to wallbang through that, and he clips onto Extremist somehow. Doesn't kill him, though. Good coordination, I'd say. It's all looking to plan.
Blocking sight.
Cook to order is what they say, but this is retake now. The previous retake was not successful. Let's see if this playstyle makes a difference, and it does. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Can we make it 3, 4? Knock the door. He does a check behind him. On his 6 o'clock is where Doomin was not ready for him there.
Oh,
and still Reiko stops Hardy. He literally whips out his gun. Finds the Doomin up there. 1 versus 1 situation. And you gotta know that this is a harbor you're gonna deal with. You have to push through that. It's too late.
Wow.
Played it down to a T as Redco coming up hot.
What can fight Redco's team? Redco himself.
Yeah, man. The only way to counter a Redco team is Redco.
And a Vera, too. We have to give him credit. That was some really insane push out into Link and to Art.
Yeah, that's right. Gotten 2 before going down, but you know, he checked out, I don't even know what you call that hole, but like, he decides to check that instead of his 6 o'clock, and there was someone that's ready for him up there onto the mid-plaza area, right?
Yep.
It's hilarious.
I mean, that's what you say when you overheat a little bit. You really want your alpha bullet. You're trying to do all those sneaky plays you see onto TikTok.
Is that even a TikTok play? I
mean...
could you even like look past out there in the open? I wasn't sure. But I think it only works when you're standing directly underneath the hole. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely not high enough once you updraft from somewhere else, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not a Jet player on Pearl. So.
Where are you?
Ooh, KO's gonna throw off his Prowler. It gets destroyed and no one is close. Judging from the sound cues itself, to check their corners, Doomin pops his tailwind. Doesn't quite see anybody just yet. On the side of X10 though, they've already retreated.
Here.
Yeah, here we go, one push out. Instantly adjust. Gets onto Vera like this. Doomin finally gets his head popped, but it's a push in so far. The Reckoning was spotted for one of them. Look at that. The bodies of our LVR hitting the ground. Only 3 people left alive with some of these. Ult still up for sure. So it doesn't matter that Redco has popped out this Reckoning. Wow. Almost lived with his life as well. Lived with a sliver of his health. That's all I'm saying.
They don't know he's there.
They don't know he's there. 100%.
They pick up the gun. They do check, but I don't think they realize there is one person there. Reverie managed to find Wayne. Redco makes his appearance. Taking down Eugene Extremist. Still alive, but so close. His HP is too low.
Yeah, 54. All he needs is that angle. Egoist has got all the attention on him right now. Of course, Reverie forced to choose the plant. Not knowing where Egoist is coming out, of course. It's been a long time since we've seen Egoist last man standing. Like, since he's made his debut in the team, right? Now as a probably a permanent player. Since he was a sub last time.
But that was the meme, right? That was him saying he didn't like to be the last man standing. I guess he decided, I'm going to go in and fight with you guys.
You know what they say, you can't ego peek the egoist. But so far, no ego peeks happening between him and other players just yet. I mean, they are defending after all, so... So far, they haven't really run into egos as much, as he's always been playing A and never really risking himself being up front. If they're coming in, sure, why not? Let LVR take side, maybe we'll attempt to retake. So far, they've been struggling on A just a little bit, and But for B, seems to be seeing a lot of successful LVR.
Success, but at least on the side of X10, they are slowly inching to stop the plans that LVR has for them. I think realizing that that's the pattern, this extrapolation, they're going to try to go for an A push. Once again, KO makes it into sight, but half HP. He gets healed up by his teammate, but he's going to be holding it off as his teammate. Referee tries to go for Wayne. Wayne, though, manages to take him down. The spike gets planted. The rest of the team, they're actually pushing out, trying to get that extra space.
Yeah, man. Gotta make these rifles go to work. I'm surprised that even with these eco weapons, they actually got some kills and also gotten the spike down here. Now the Sheriff is just raining here. And still the last bullet clips onto Extremist's head somehow. Gotta know that this is still a lot of damage done to X10. The economy is still kind of quivering between both of these teams. They finally equalized, yes. And now it's just a full reset. LVR technically still has the upper hand in terms of economy here. Because once they wipe X10 for this one, I don't know if they get a bye. Okay, X10 still has a bye next round. It's a close round, which is... Huh? Enigma Gaming and Bleach should have been closer.
Yep. I really thought that would be what we saw earlier, but 5-5 on both sides. LVR really buckling up in terms of the seatbelts and really running it down for X10. Half shields have to be forced to be purchased on the side of X10. They do have the operator in terms of Vera's hands. Vera's not been playing B side though. That could be detrimental considering they're not looking to attack it.
Let's see what this setup here is about. B is good. They're gambling here. And LVR has to try to juggle the possibilities of X10 location. This feed, you can see B-Link is kind of left open and they might just attempt this right now, which is why they're going to B-Link. We're going to clear. Yeah, it doesn't matter because they hear it and it's clear. It's completely clear. Look at that. Waterfall done, he's gotten control of that, but he will not be able to maintain the control because he will literally run it back. And where's the control being done? It's onto B side right now. There's 3 there. One coming in from long. There's Extremist here, and Thames will take him up before falling. There's another one. X10 putting in numbers. There's 3 on the side already, and only last man standing, Reverie, which he apparently ran it back, and is all the way back when his teammates pay with their lives.
That's a lot of back, but currently what is returned back is the lead onto X10. They have 4 men alive, and Reverie, the last man, the one to run it back.
Yeah. Honestly, the last one to run it back, but trust me, I don't think he's got it in the bag. What? Wait. If you want my attention, you gotta bag.
10 seconds left.
I have no response. Honestly, I am drawing a blank. I cannot even cover that.
Just compliment. Oh, damn. Just swing though. Play games. Wow, you know what? If Egoist did this, he's basically saying that he's playing games. He's playing games with Reverie. Oh lord, the shots have been fired. Actually, not by me, but you get the point. I'm gross.
You're unhinged today.
You know what? It's getting later in the day. It's Xeno hours coming up soon, I guess.
That's true. Xeno hours. I forgot about that. But moving forward, 6-5, super close. X10 finally breaking out into a lead over LVR. Definitely not out of it just yet. They have to buy half shields though. It really comes down to how they play it. And this time round, they seem to be mid-contest. Once again, trying for the link.
They have semblance of success, so I don't mind them like repeating this. But the problem is when they get stuck in like the sewer area, you know, they could be slow walking and run into the arms of X10. Okay, they finally took out Wayne. Wayne was literally the equation of success for X10 most of the time. So let's see how they translate this to a round win potentially.
Rest of the members on the side of X10, they will retreat. Doomit has side control, but he's getting sprayed down by Rico as well as Thames holding the cross, playing the 1-2 tag. And Thames finds one for himself as well.
But Thames managed to get the kill before going down though. That's actually huge. Because otherwise they'll be fighting this 4 versus 3 situation. And now this whole attempt on the A might have been a ruse. They aren't there no more. But you gotta remember that if you're going through here, there are nano swarms on this choke point by Egoist. And that's enough time for the rest of X10 to rotate over. And one of them is a flank coming in through mid-connector.
Oh, but Ego is holding it down, doesn't need help. Takes down 2 members, that's huge. And now just Eugene, S1 Eugene against the world.
Oh, I love how Redco ignored the lockdown so he doesn't know that Redco is behind.
Oh, There you go.
Big plays by Redco. Deciding to let the lockdown, run through, so they think that no one's there. Despite Eugene turned and checked. Doesn't matter. I think Redco's faster on the trigger. 7-5 is the name of the game in the first round.
Switching sides.
We move over to the next half, and now having X10 on the attackers, gonna be a little bit more bursty, I would say. I mean, at least when we saw Vera on the Neon, but maybe it could be a different play considering now he is on the Jet. On the side of LVR though, they seem to be doing well on the defender side actually. So I'm very excited to see how they play this time around.
Are you very excited or are you very excited?
I am very excited.
Oh, you're very excited, but you're not very excited. Okay. There's a big difference there. He has one syllable extra, so I'm rooting for very... Oh my god. Reverie, thank you!
Xeno hours.
You would love to see this. Okay,
I would love for you to stop.
I need to stop. Fast one in, of course, this is a push out. Vera gets punished, of course. The Molly will take down his own teammate. Big question mark, but it don't matter. LVR starts off strong again. Could have been worse, actually, but X10 still lives with 2 versus 3. Still salvageable.
It's actually reminiscing a bit of the previous half where we saw them skirmish out into A. But this time, LVR coming out as the victor with 1 extra member surviving. The other 2 members of X10 not even moving, really trying to anticipate if they're going to push out, but that's not the plan at LVR's minds.
Yeah, you look at his guns as well. In LVR's favor, compared to 2 classics from X10. But don't score that classics, guys. I mean, I'm a classic main. You gotta love those right clicks. But when you have to make it count, I think X10 successfully kind of baited LVR into rotating, thinking they're there. So
Screen down.
look at them. But still, LVR just plays really, really patient. He plays on default on the spawn. Just wait for the plant. X10 still slow walking. Maybe he might find onto Reverie, of course. Lovely gun diff coming out triple for Reverie now.
Element of surprise, Egoist. Last man standing with the spike as well. Oh, bringing it all the way to the back. He takes out 1, the 3 frag comes through. Doesn't realize, tries to jump over into Flowers. Doesn't matter.
Potentially equalizing here. Coming out, close game we have. Close game we are presented. So if they win anti-eco, you might love to see it. I don't think X10 is going to force here. There's absolutely no reason to force here. Yeah, X10's not forcing.
Calm down, calm down. Just a shorty maybe, a sheriff on Thames.
He's thinking about it. I mean, shorties actually do pay dividends. I had a friend literally just say that, it don't matter. Just buy a shorty. Just get rid of this. Just get rid of the classic sometimes. And I find myself being able to go into people's faces even better.
Oh,
I just
good.
go them and I just put 2 pumps.
People underestimate the shorty and how much value it can bring to you.
Oh,
Really.
do you know shorty has their, I'm not sure if their graphic or their sound cues actually improved. It's an actual patch note, by the way. So rejoice, shorty players. Only some skins are up. So anyway, very good adjustments. Takes out 2, plays with his life, but kill returns. 4-2 now. And I mean 4 versus 2. Looking strong on this anti-eco weaponry by LVR. Of course, Ego is in Wayne, last man standing. They've got spike control.
Love to see it coming in from LVR. Using the Prowler early on just to get the possession off to A main and getting this position. But Ego is with a classic takes down KO and Extremist. Big huh indeed.
Big huh. And these are free weapons which they can easily turn the tide. Believe it or not, even if they win the Oko, okay, I put that thought on hold. I put those thoughts on hold. I just said that if X10 loses this round, they would have done the damage as well because they took down 3 members, right? So it's economic damage. But what was salvageable is that if LVR actually took that round. So there was a good middle ground happening there. And I feel that, this is actually as even. It's not really leaning into anyone's favor just yet, except maybe X10 does have the rifles, but you gotta understand LVR is sort of having the bonus.
Definitely.
Sort of a bonus, yeah.
Yeah, and well, on the side of LVR though, Reverie already has obtained his ultimate. Could use that to his advantage, and I think they realized that since X10 has the rifles, they're gonna try to run it down onto B side.
Absolutely. The Halls usually is usually priority numero uno. And guess who found him? It's Doomin. There's so many nano swaps to try to flush him back out, but there's no one looking in. But Thames finally peeks out after 10 years. Gonna finally run it back. It ain't over just yet. The action just about to begin. Thames flicks it quick. 1 kill Extremist and takes out the run it back. Down to a 3 versus 3. Gotta know that X10's playing with rifles here. Playing with fire. This is a good flick. Good recovery, by the way, from Extremist. S1 Eugene, sorry.
Yep, just getting that readjustment. Not to mention the gravity well by Extreme is actually forcing them into a position they do not want to play off of. Gonna use that wall, the Blaze wall, to block out vision. Kale's going to find Wayne. Ego is last man standing, gets traded out. LVR now once again breaking into the lead.
They made it work somehow. The weapons definitely weren't in their favor, especially at that range. And they got in 2 free rifle upgrades. I don't know if you want to call this a bonus into bonus, but it's really weird weapon trades between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
So I still say even. So the main deciding factor is this right now. If LVR wins this as they should, because they're going up only against Sheriff, they'll be 7-9, and then they've got banged for 2 more rounds if they drop the round. But if X10 somehow or rather steals this round away, equalizes this, they'll put LVR into a dangerous spot because they will both be playing full rifles each round. Only two outcomes for this one.
I'm actually surprised that no timeout is being called just yet, considering it's this close and this late into the series. 7 to 8 is not a comfortable spot you want to be in.
You know what's a comfortable spot? My lap. Hey, I have thick thighs. Thick thighs is like, I'm just joking. You know I'm thin as a stick. But you know what? Guess what? The boomstick's the one that's firing, and that's the Sheriff. Dude, the nozzle, it's massive. You feel the impact when you land those hits, and somehow it still find members of LVR.
Lockdowns being utilized in commencement. Vera with 7 HP though. He's gonna try to make something work. He's gonna go into this low corner.
Yeah.
No actually, it doesn't matter for him. That's his attacker's lockdown.
Once again, this is a B attempt X10. They got them spiked down. Let's see how they hold this post plant. This time around, Extremist rolled it down from heaven. Let's see. Of course, Nanostorm's gotta push some of them out. Egoist finds out Extremist, but the timer is ticking down. Time, by the way. Yeah. I don't think LVR can get close for a defuse here. It doesn't matter because Kill was last man standing. He will live with his gun, but it doesn't matter that X10 take this round. Is it considered a round loss though? Because X10 won the round but lost all of their members.
That was costly on both ends.
I would agree with you on this. But the situation is as such, right? I talked about maybe full rifles, but guess what? Extremist doesn't have a buy. How does that feel? And if you look at the ultimates as well, they can probably steal one away using the Nightfall to potentially counter a push. But Seekers and Reckoning would definitely reveal locations of LVR, so that's what X10's having for them.
I mean, Extremists opting to go for the abilities. Definitely much more beneficial for team play. As you can see here, the stars are being dropped down, trying to stop the pushes. Vera already made his way onto tower, does not find any victims, but forcing LVR to give up so much space.
No, the issue is they don't know that Vera is up there. No one saw Vera push up there at all.
But is anybody even going to tower?
Thames is really pushing the issue here. No one's there. Egoist hears a mountain of footsteps. Mountain Dev tries to hold down the spray control and he finds it. His damage is done. Waiting for the trade. 4-on-2 right now, and they know that the last one ain't flanking no more. And this is so planted for long.
Planted for long, but they have so much space right now to work around with. Eugene's getting taken down. Extremist gets the refrag, but one man against the world. There's also a Vera that he did not see go up. He has nowhere to go. He's going to try to run out, but no, Vera has something to say about it.
I told you, like, no one knew Vera was up there. He could just play tower for millennia and never check that.
Yep, and that is huge as well because he pushed out so far, not seeing anybody come in from spawn. The rest of the teammates kind of know it's either Trueling or it's from our spawn. They check it, they find themselves some goods. Moving on.
I think, was it who got the double kill there? Was it Reverie or is it Extremist? I don't remember. So he stood there, he heard a bunch of footsteps. We see 4 people because we have God vision, but I think he saw at least 3. But the final refragger should have gotten the info that 4 people were there in the first place, so it just gave LVR the confidence that they can just go in and just hold, I guess.
Nightfall just gonna be used so fast. The aggression is really being pumped up by LVR. They cannot hear, they can only see, but they can only run.
I mean, X10 has finally taken the lead away from LVR, and that's so important. It's been a while that they had the lead in here, and Vera in his zone again. So you see his positioning, he pauses, he waits for the flash to come in and see if it's cleared. So Vera finds one as Extremist, of course, loses them in the meantime. Now let's see if this lockdown is enough to push them away. It is hidden back after all, giving enough team the time to push in, and somehow Vera is found by Reverie.
Oh. Lockdown download is complete, does not detain anybody. Gave so much space for the defenders though, but they know they're trying to pincer them. They have to try to fight out an A main, Ridcore and Wayne. Gonna make some damage over there.
God, and you need the space to hold this defuse. Domi need to hold a tighter angle, and he finds Egoist. It's pretty good. Wayne comes in hot, of course, while losing Ridcore in the first place. Doesn't matter. You know why? Because the man advantage for LVR cuts it close. The 1-to-1 trade coming down to the wire. It's a 9-9, by the way. I don't believe that LVR has ever had a game this close in a long time.
Oh, definitely. Who would have thought, especially up against X10, that LVR will be trying to survive out of this mayhem and actually making it to a win, possibly. The potential is there. The hopes and dreams are there. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, the last close match I remember is actually pretty recent against Todak. It's 11-13, but against every other team, it's always like single digits, most of the time on the low end.
Jumin has an op. And if they push out to B, could be detrimental for themselves. Oh, he sees one, does not land the shot. He's gonna try to go for it again. Oh, but he has to go into safety.
Yep. No matter what, Reverie at least found a kill first, and that's a key player. It's Ridcore we're talking about. So if you take Ridcore out of the picture, LVR win maybe. But it doesn't matter because LVR might just not face X10 no more because X10 decides to reset. But the resetting together as a team, I do highly recommend leaving some members behind to kind of split their attention. But no, they're all playing together.
This is the way that they usually play. No, but with that being said, Thames is taken down. Wayne gets the refrag. Now, no more Reverie, but then you also lose out your Sky. Any possibilities of initiating, getting that early info, it's going to be really hard right now. Especially since Wayne is also 11 HP.
They trigger this alarm bot, it might as well be over.
Left.
30 seconds because when their location is compromised, just as it is now. Now they're forced to see if they want to commit to A. I mean, no force to see, I'm sorry. Based on the timer, that's where they gotta go.
I mean, Eugene is holding out in dugout.
Yep.
They do have control with the Viper's Pit.
10 seconds
But they have to get the spike down. That means one person is going to be out of the fight picture. Vera is going to find Zoomin. So it's 2v2. They know where Vera is, at the very least.
Oh no, the timer ran out and it went into LVR's favor. I feel like X10 pulling a bleed versus Enigma Gaming earlier. Even though Vera was absolutely popping off with those knives, gotten 2 crucial kills. Timer just ran out. I don't remember who was on site holding it down, but that guy's a champ.
That's Eugene holding dugout.
Want to buy replay.
Want to buy replay?
Want to buy replay. Where's
It's okay,
replay?
we'll see at the very end, at the very least.
I mean, provided if there was an actual clip for that, because I would love to see what happened there on site. Most of the camera work was on Vera when he got into 2 beautiful frags with the Blade Storm, so.
But now it begs for X10 to do something out of it. They do still have money for some guns, as well as the lockdown that's being executed right now by Egoist. On his side already, isn't able to clear up just because of all the return abilities. And the gunfire from Extreme is going to take Vera now out, shooting from the waves as well.
I mean, that's just timing kill, right? At that point of the lockdown, either you're halfway in or you're completely out. So that was a good shot from Extremists to take out Vera, but they lose kill as well in the early start. And I think this is a wall of a lifetime. So far, Extremists, Cosmic Divides has been paying dividends in either securing site or to Gonna get a defuse. Now they gotta push out. He's trying to clear.
Blocking sight.
Yep. I think they had to leave Doomin to watch flank if anyone's coming in from behind.
Timer is going off. They're gonna try to stick the defuse. There's nobody else coming in. We do have the snake bite, but not enough. He does have to let go of the bomb though, just because of that.
You know what the MVP of that round was? Just take a one wild guess.
Oh, what?
Just take a wild guess. What was the MVP?
Snake bite?
Yeah, exactly. Notice
that-
I said what, not who.
Yeah.
You don't care if the cosmic divide can pay dividends, but just one snake bite is enough to push you away from it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
The camera swap, and I thought, okay, it didn't do as much, but then I realized it was let go.
Yeah,
and everyone had to scramble away from it.
So we didn't get that POV of the defuse. In hindsight, it could have been enough time. We're not exactly sure, but you know, the round's around, going in X10, still pretty close. And LVR is forced into that eco after a kind of a long time coming.
Running into B and nobody is there though. And we realize LVR is actually hovering their way through mid. And no indication whatsoever except for this spike plan.
I feel like LVR just starts to want to just play together and pick off trades, but that's not a gamble that you can afford right now for X10. You gotta trust and be confident. Like, when you're always playing together, yeah, sure, maybe if you get one kill, you get a trade, but the main objective is to get a defuse. Do you have enough firepower? And now you already open up with Doomin down, and Vera is unscathed.
I think they realize since they are saving for this round, they just want to go for as much as they can get as consolation. The blind helps kill so much, take Vera down, but Veto has something to say about it. Make that 2, 3, and 4 attempts, as well as Wayne and Rico. They are the firing squad, and LVR are the targets.
Talk about capital punishment. When you just get, you know, like a death row there sitting there. They're not exactly lining up as a death row, but if you see those kill feeds just popped out all in a row like this, you know that those players are finding their shots. Yeah, it's an eco, but a longer game than we expected. And trust me, I'd say that LVR is playing out of their minds right now, and X10 is having troubles keeping up with them, but at least having a lead now.
I mean, how much can it go? How far can it go? Thames has the ultimate as well as Rico. The Reckoning could be very, very huge. On the other end though, there's gonna be the ultimates being popped out. Vera onto his side, unable to see much. He is so far in. Already has possession of half the site at the very least, as well as Link.
How Rico is in and he's out. And everything was fine. Vera did find a kill before taking out. How are these players finding a kill before taking out a run it back? I don't know. Like, somebody tell me.
It's crazy, but Extremist is gonna find Vera on the other end up in Link.
I need an obscuring vision.
He's gonna try to use the smokes and Nebula to his advantage. The pop flash comes through, another one in return. There you go.
Fiesta, guys. I don't even know what to make of this right now. The final nail in the coffin was the snake bite again.
Wayne.
Somebody, I don't know, somebody tell me. Somebody make sense of this clown fiesta, man. Like, I can't follow these shots. Like, they just let the party sit the flow. And the snake bites, you know, takes you out the door. Trust me, LVR has some troubles trying to keep up right now because of those buys. This is the potential match point right now for X10.
I mean, if Wayne keeps up with all these snake bites, there is no MVP. It's just gonna be MVA, most valuable ability at this current point. And I think they realize now that A is going to be the area of contest. Kill gets 2 with the judge. That's huge value. Vera has something to say about it. Gets down 2 for himself as well. Made them 3 as he pops the Blade Storm.
Okay, he respected the judge a lot and decides to pop the Blade Storm just in case. And it works. It is the smartest thing Vera could have done at that point. So once again, Spike landed on A. That was the rinse and repeat that can work against LVR, and they're exploiting that to the max.
I think X10 finally wants to break through from this stalemate. We have S1 Eugene at the back of side in dugout. Reverie gets taken down, so now just him against the world. He does have his abilities, but what good can he do?
You know what? If those abilities can't do stuff, it's called disabilities. But those shots, though, it is Chris, a close range one, but they gotta find a timer. 67 health and another snake bite to be MVP. Disgusting post-plant situations, as you may say, but it is pretty much over. Ladies and gentlemen, X10 will take game 1 against LVR.
As much as I was hyping for LVR and wondering what was happening for X10, now that we really come to the conclusion and seeing X10 come out as the victors, it's kind of heartbreaking, honestly. They tried so very hard, and to be stopped by 2-3 snake bites.
They tried so very hard. Trust me, they did.
They tried very hard.
Very hard.
Okay.
It's very hard to understand the situation right now. Because why? It was close. Like at a point, I actually believed that LVR could have taken this one. But X10 made a comeback happen, being a more experienced team. And I say that still LVR really put up a good show match against X10 in their own map pick.
I wouldn't really say a comeback. I mean, yes, in the beginning, very much so. But towards the end, they kind of knew what they were doing. As in, they would try their best to try to stop the steamroll in terms of economy-wise. So whenever LVR wins, if they lose the next one, then they're in trouble. They're in hot waters. The same goes to X10 though. So it's really arm's length race.
And that's the point I mentioned, that like when I say every round counts, but the first few rounds I do see some coordination, but it's just the I'd say like, I don't know, round, you know, after the 9-9 or 10-9 score line, it just devolved into like a fiesta. There was really nothing much to break down. You just watched them just press W.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's also a telltale of the way that the current LVR team plays. They seem to be doing so well as a unit in the very beginning. It starts running over their enemies, but when push comes to shove, creativity is a little bit longing to ask for from LVR.
I mean, there's much to ask from LVR, but if you look at X10's plays, it's all started to make sense at the end, even though it was mostly like Fiesta. But when you look at Vera's positioning, everywhere it's like it was important angle to hold and very important picks. And most of the time he ends up with a 2K, which will translate into the victory for the round. So not really even sure who is the MVP for this, but if you look at this, X10 had 6 to 9 post-plant situations. 0 thrifties means everyone should be winning the rounds they should win, you know. Yeah, I'm ready to be surprised. Reverie is actually the MVP for this, and that's a Phoenix. I don't remember who debuted the Phoenix. I think it was Shinsei before that he debuted a Phoenix in Pearl. But that was back when he was in a different team, so.
Yeah, I cannot remember actually.
Was it actually LVR? So they shift around so much, I'm not even going to speculate. But yes, I do remember it was Shinsei who first debuted Phoenix in Pearl. And so Reverie made it work here, but just a little short to close out the round. So X10 will be your round 1 victors, and we do have game number 2 coming up, and that will be Bind.
Yep.
Super excited. Of course, Bind is X10's own map pick, by the way. Of course, before we talk about Bind, we look at general MVP here. It is Egoist coming up.
Oh,
I'm very surprised.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's not the top ACS, but I think the impact he had as well as a Killjoy to hold downside against LVR. Perfect.
Yeah, he complains that he doesn't like to be the only one surviving or holding down side, but a very crucial role. That's why he still does it. And the way that he plays around dugout, you always say that the person that's holding it has definitely the MVP of that round itself. Most of the times it is Egoist, and the fast rotates. He knows where he needs to go. He knows where he needs to hold. Oh, okay, sure.
I think most of the time I'm trying to find if LVR is pushing into Egoist, but most of the time he's not on site there. But then when he is, he makes his presence like straight in your face. You know, we saw the Viper Harbor combo literally came out in the end. It's not really used in conjunction as much, but it's just like if you lose one of your smokers, you got a secondary one to try to cover up for that. And in the end, when it comes down to those gun duels, it really devolved, man. I don't even know how to brain this. I know it's late in the night, but it really devolved to just press W, hope for kills, and somehow still going in X10's favor.
I think at the end of the day, I saw Redco smiling. I saw the members of LVR smiling. They were actually just having fun. I would say so. I would like to believe. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a second round after this between X10 as well as LVR. So do not go anywhere and stay tuned. We go to Bind.
Wagwan, I'm Rico and I'm from X10 Esports. A little bit of myself is that I play Flex for my team, meaning I play all the Flash initiators. We have good vibes in the team. Most of our personalities are like clowns, and most of us just laugh almost every single round during scrims. So as y'all know, I was the IGL in Louvre, and now I'm the IGL in X10. Our recent IGL got benched, and I was told that I became the IGL of X10 by Thames and Vera. I'm actually excited for this opportunity because I get to bring a whole new dynamic to the team, and I could combine my playstyle with theirs, which will make it a lot more interesting for you guys to see. So everyone knows X10 as the Masters winner, and us representing them will mean that there's a lot of pressure built on us. And that's one thing that I'm excited about, to actually show the world what we can do. So a little funny story about X10 is that I used to trash talk them in the previous segment. I said that they'll lose to us the 11th time, but I actually lost to them. And to prevent the 12th time from losing to them, I kind of joined them. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them? That's me. As an IGL myself, I don't have expectations for the team because I feel like having expectations would mean that you put a lot of stress on yourself. I just want my team to do their best and actually do what we practice in scrims. That's good enough for me. Kizuna, you guys think taking 2 players from Alvia will help you guys win something? Don't forget Bryce, that I know your every move. I know how you cook. Shinsei, I know how you entry. I'll be in your heads when you guys are playing against us. Good luck with that, man.
Hi, I'm Wayne and I play the controller role for X10 Esports. Fun fact about Riot is that I used to play for his team for one LAN tournament and I played the worst series of my life, dropping single digits on both maps. And after that, I got dropped from his team. So now, being given the second chance to play for X10 Esports alongside with Riot, I hope to not disappoint him again. Fun fact about Egoist is that I used to watch him play professionally during the early stages of the VALORANT Pro scene, and now being given the chance to play with him on X10 feels like a dream come true. I would like to be remembered for being the Marco of the MYSG region, a controller whom my team can rely on to win their gunfights.
Hi, my name is Javier. My IGN is Egoist and I play the Sentinel role for X10 Esports. I feel that Rain is a very good duelist player from the few times I've met him in ranked. And I think that him transitioning from the duelist role to the smoker role, he'll be as good as DRX Marco. I would describe the team as a bunch of noobs because they always leave me alone at the other side on defense. And on attack, they will also always leave me alone and they will only tell me to join them when they need me. And thus, I feel very lonely.
Hi, I'm Vera from X10 and I play the duelist role. One fun fact about Thames is that he's the noisiest in the team and always says random stuff. However, he's also the one that enlightens us when in every scrim and tournaments we play, when the mood is down. In a critical moment, I shut off my brain and focus fully on aiming.
Hi, my name is Thames and I'm playing the initiator role for X10 Esports. When Vera turns on autopilots, either he dies or everybody else dies. I would say the most played team would be Kizuna because they have the Gordon Ramsay of Singapore, Bryce.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Freezes.
The side decided to one more. Scary. But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, walking and move steps. Vera picking up 3.
All right, seriously, no time. You see no timer on that break because we are here to play. Running it fast here, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know already, this is a Lemonade. And of course, with me, Xenoviper. We are your casters on today. Hope you've been watching since Bleed versus Enigma because we are about to close the night out with this X10 versus LVR game. Literally the first game, super close. Could have went either way, but right now we had to move on to buying, which is game number 2.
Definitely a very interesting tug of war to see between the two, considering we thought that would happen between Bleed as well as Enigma earlier, but then they ended up with single digits on the losing side of that series itself. But now we have a really close match, I would say, from the former team formed by the current IGL of X10.
Okay, that's a lot of words that I was trying to process as well. Yeah, basically, you know that Redco, my main man himself from LVR, and he's left it join X10 right now. So I don't know, it's just the performance onto Pearl earlier. If I were to speak on the side of X10, a little shaky, if I'll be honest, but still managed to clinch out the win. Not sure if Bayern is going to be the same story though, because Bayern is actually X10's own map pick.
Yep. Oh, that's pretty interesting, considering they pick up the Bayern, I guess, just to throw a little bit of a wild card against LVR. And, well, LVR does have a one-track record in terms of Bayern itself. That's against Bleed, which obviously we know Bleed as the victors, the successors being at the top of the scoreboard currently.
I don't even know if it's for memes right now, because we know that X10 has not played a single Bayern game.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Maybe it's something they want to try.
Well, entertain us if all you want, because we might end the night with a 2-0 clean sweep across all series, or is LVR gonna surprise us and bring us to split?
No, I believe we see a split.
You believe it's split?
Yes.
Okay. Because when you just said no, I was like, pause, champ. Where is this going? See split. Okay.
Split is the way to go. And like I said earlier, if LVR really wants to try to bring it to round number 3, they need to perform really well in Pro, and that's what they did. Unfortunately, they're a bit heartbreaking, which definitely could break someone's mental down, considering they were so close to finishing the series.
I won't even say you have to just play well. Like, you actually have to play to win, because playing well is like, that's what they did on Pearl. Like, I sincerely think LVR played well. You know, that's actually a good thing to say. But the thing is that it's not enough to be just well if you need to take the win from X10. And by the way, Wita's back in.
Oh, Wita is back in. Oh, that is a swap out with S1 Eugene. And honestly, I saw S1 Eugene really working really well with his team. So I have to give kudos to him. But now we have Wisa back in the equation and on Bayern nonetheless.
Wait, I'm so curious. Is Wisa the sub or is...
No, Wisa is the... S1 Eugene is the sub.
S1 Eugene was the sub. Yeah, because I remember seeing Wisa in the lineup. That's why. Okay, so he's back. Is he also could be the name of the game changer for LVR to take this W? Let's hope, I guess.
Perhaps, you know? We would never know at this current...
Everything's lying on the shoulders of LVR. There's no sugarcoating this. They are 0-6 on the round robins. Not even on, like at the bottom of the round robins. So at this point, they're just playing for... I don't know. What kind of title would you be playing for here?
I guess...
for like, I'm, you know...
Best sport.
I don't know how's the round robins are actually counted here, especially like... I sincerely think it is still top 6. I need to check back on the format, but I think it is still top 6 to move on to playoffs. And this is last week of group stages. If you guys just tuning in, you might have just heard me say this. But yes, today is actually the second last day of the group stages. Tomorrow is last day. And then we're going to take almost like a month break, like 3 weeks break before we hit the first day of playoffs.
Yep, so a lot to be asked for from these teams, especially for these. I believe this might be the last time they'll be playing for the teams of today, and then tomorrow will be a different set of teams. So really try to make or break it. Not sure about how it goes on to the next round as well in playoffs.
That's right.
Definitely would be a game changer actually, especially now since LVR at the bottom can't do much. But at the very least, play for experience, play to finish the game, to GGWP.
GGs, right?
Yes.
I mean, if we take some time to look back at the standings again, which of course will show up later. You know, we have a lot to talk about though. Tio, Todak as well. We didn't bring up their names. Bikini Bottom, Prada House that just came out of relegation as one of the newest teams to join us. So, well, my heart lies out to Kizuna, who has made some sort of redemption play and is coming out top 3. But, you know, to fare up against the Titans of the rest of MYSG's teams, just curious to see how they perform in playoffs in general, because of course the front runners will always be Bleed Esports, Enigma, X10, you know, the kind of likes.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Kizuna has a lot to be asked for. And then the last round they went through is 2-1 against Bikini Bottom Prada House. So I think at least coming out with somewhat of a good standing for themselves to move on to the playoffs, I think will be basically ground up for them to build on.
Ground up. I mean, it's not just VCT that you can be playing for. There could be a lot of other tournaments that's coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Since we just lifted lockdown last year, about April, May, 2022, we just lifted lockdown locally in NYSG.
It's been an anniversary.
It's actually been a full year, by the
wow.
way. So all events coming back, to fruition, and you talk about the certain quarters that maybe companies or event organizers are organizing certain competitions, right? So, VCT, of course, being one of the main forerunners for a VALORANT tournament. Of course, everyone wants to get a slice of the pie, to say the least. But you got to know that you're playing for Ascension. And Ascension is our last year's APAC, right? Global APAC. So you got to have the best of Southeast Asia battling out to have a slot in Masters, basically.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Got to know what you're playing up against.
Yep, definitely. Everybody wants to be there. And I think people are starting to realize how much is at stake and how real it is, especially coming out of the pandemic when, you're playing in your own room with your own friends, probably meeting people online, and now suddenly you are in an esports team and playing in the big stakes,
I wake up one day, not in a Lamborghini, but I wake up one day in an esports team. This is pretty much 2023 in the life of a gamer. But the copy pasta, if I gave up my, stop esports or something because like I got a wife, I got a job or something like this, got a good car. It's a funny copy pasta on Twitter. I wish I could find it, but it's super hilarious because some people thought that was serious. If you quit gaming and you get that life, it is possible to still get that life as a gamer, but you gotta work like doubly hard. And there's a lot of like...
Doubly hard.
I mean, you don't chase your dreams, you go nowhere, right?
That's true. Yeah, I gotta put the gas...
pedal to the metal.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm literally preempting your words right now.
Yeah. Okay, we share one brain cell, just not the same dad jokes.
Ooh, yeah, you know why? Because you can't be the dad. Otherwise, there's too much testosterone in this. It's 10:30 p.m. It's not even full Xeno hours just yet. What am I doing here? We are waiting for the game to begin, guys. Like, probably just agent picks right now because we know that Bind is the name of the game.
Okay, yeah, Bind.
Let's talk about the actual game we have on hand.
Yeah.
Bind. What do you think we'll be seeing? So, Bind has had its changes. I'll be completely honest. I've been playing the game and I have not stumbled across Bind yet. So I haven't gotten first-hand experience on how it works. And I'm very interested to see how these players, especially since X10 picked it, how they'll play it this time.
Yeah, I think the pretty notable ones I remember was the teleporter change, of course.
Yep.
Far into A showers area, so it's a faster push into site. The triple on A side is also changed, so it's easier I think it should be easier for attackers to push in. Knowing that they're off angle, let's say a jet updraft, that's a bit different. It's a bit wider though, so not really sure how to feel about that. And I would say in the meantime, B side, there is a little hole now. Like, remember talk about the hole in Pearl?
Yep.
Up there, you can actually throw a Fade Horn or even a nade, for example. So it actually prevents people from taking backside control very early in the game just because you have a raised nade or something to clear that. And of course, I think there was one hallway that was a little bit wider. So last time you couldn't throw your nade into elbow, and then now I think you can if you play a raise. So I think we talk a lot about raise because raise is a staple pick most of the time.
100% on Bind previously.
And I think, Fade in the picture as well. Sometimes I think it's better than Sova, but some teams still prefer the Sova over the Fade, knowing that there's a lot of straight lines. And there are good recon points in Bind, and I know a lot of lineups have been created for Bind specifically.
Yeah, I definitely second that in terms of having the Sova, and I still see it as being a staple, but it really comes down to how the team and the team playstyle goes across. Raze, I would expect to still be one of the main picks for any team coming into Bind, especially since the corners, yes, there are changes in terms of the certain parts of the map, but the corners will still remain the same. You can't change much about it, and especially since there are the extra holes.
But I gotta understand 1 second makes a huge difference, so I'm actually really interested to see how the teleporter actually plays a big deal, and I hope that the people will utilize the teleporter a little more than it should. So no, nothing much changed. I think on the hookah side, I think hookah is a bit. I think a change should have been made to hookah, but I can't really put it into words right now. But the changes were necessary for Bind to make it a little bit more attack favorite. So just see how it goes.
Yeah, but with that being said, though, we have some studying to do, and with that, we're going to go into a little bit of a short break as the teams are taking a little bit more time than they need. But do not fret, we'll come back with a real game on Bind.
Hi, my name is Dylan, also known as Ashremis. I'm the IGL for Louvre. So some fun fact about the team is some of us only met online and we share the same kind of fight, so we decided to form this lineup. In my opinion, there will be two teams, both Bleed and X10. So if you got the passion for gaming, I would say you should pursue it, but it's no easy path. You need to grind hours, put in the hours in order to reach the top level. And you need to compete with those people that also put in those hours.
Hi, my name is Tumin and I have the same in-game name. I'm the duelist player for Team Louvre. I've known Extremist for a long time and I really enjoyed playing other games with him, and I think he has what it takes to lead us to the W. Kale is one of my favorite teammates and I duel with him every day, and there's nothing I love more than hearing him sing Cuffing Season at the end of a scrim. I think the most important thing is to keep calm and find the easiest way to equalize the odds against your opponent.
Hello, my name is Akil, also known as Kiel. I am the controller for Team Louvre. Dumin is the most funniest and handsome guy I've ever met. He never fails to make me smile whenever I'm tilted when playing ranked. Honestly, I think we might do pretty well because of our randomness. So I think the other teams might not expect what's coming in their way.
Hi everyone, I'm Steven, also known as Reverie in game, and I'm playing the initiator role for Team Louvre. Isa is a very fun guy to play with, and I think he brings the good vibes to the team, and I think even if we are losing very badly, we'll have a lot of fun together. The only thing that I think is good about Gecko right now is that you have wingmen to plant the bomb for you instead of someone running in and tanking all the utils and dying.
Hi, my name is Winston, my IGN is Visa, and I'm the Sentinel player for Team Louvre. I think Reverie is quite a cute and funny guy, but in game actually he's quite scary. So you don't really want to get on the bad side of him when he's angry in game. I would like to be remembered as one of the better Sentinel players in the region, especially since the spot is highly contested with many very skilled Sentinel players. So I hope that I can be up there as well.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Breathe.
The side beside it, one more.
Oh!
Scary,
but
San don't care. San wants more.
oh, it's walking and moves that. Vera picking up 3.
As we are nearing the final stages of the group stage itself, there is still much left to be offered, especially since we had onto the second game between X10 and LVR. Before all of that, my name is Lemonade and I am joined by Xeno Hours crackhead, Xeno Viper himself.
Xeno Hours crackhead. You know what? Thank you for a lovely introduction.
Welcome.
It's been rare since the Xeno Lemonade combo came back in, because I think the last really impactful one we had was a local tournament. Right, but I believe that these players were all here to shine for one reason, and we had a good game to begin. It was Bleed and Enigma Gaming. I'm so glad, like, after missing most of the VCT action from Desk, because I've been busy, but then coming back to open a big game and had a almost like a major upset, but some unexpected results with the single digits coming out from Enigma Gaming. This is all the recap you need. Bleed Esports won the 2-0 in the first series, and right now we got X10 having a 1-point lead against LVR. We're just waiting for map 2 to begin, and map 2 is Bind.
Yeah, so much excitement coming into Bind. We just talked about the changes earlier in the previous segment before we went into break, and I went to check on how it actually looks like, and I'm super excited. All the changes you talk about are very interesting. I think they could really change the pace of how people play Bind, especially with the teleporter. I think that is the highlight of it all.
I think the only reason why people used to hate Bind also because it's a map that doesn't have a mid, so you can't really deviate your game plan if you want to. You know, yeah, you can argue that A short has the teleporter moving to B, but it's not the same as having a mid, right? Because you're actually giving sound cues where you're going. You know, it's not the same like an ascent mid. It's not the same like an icebox mid. So with these changes, I hope that it will stay to be a staple. But too soon to tell because it just came back into Valorant.
Very much so. But I'm very excited to see what these players will pick in terms of agents. But we kind of talked about this and dabbled a little bit earlier on itself. And I just want to ask you because I'm not casting tomorrow. So that will be the end of the group stages. And then we'll move on into playoffs. And I just want to ask about what you think will happen in playoffs. Just totally shot in the dark right now. Who do you think would at least be safe? Who will be the ones going down?
I mean, if you look at a track record, Bikini Bottom Prada House is ironically at the bottom of the Prada House. And Louvre, of course, sitting at 0-6 and Bikini Bottom Prada House 1-5. So the only way Bikini Bottom Prada House has a chance is if Todak loses the next round and then Bikini Bottom Prada House wins their side. So they will be tied, but I think there's going to be a tiebreaker metric in place, but I'm not exactly sure how it counts out. So, but let's only talk about if BBP manages to even secure a win tomorrow. I am not even sure if they're playing. They should be playing. So because they need to play 7 games each, right?
Yep, everyone
will be playing. That's right. So right now, I say Teo and Todak are also in contention for the bottom, I'll say 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. Yeah, because they are all, even Teo is 2-4, by the way. Kind of scary. So you have to look at the tiebreaker metrics.
Yep. And back to the actual match itself, the series we've been talking about, LVR and X10, kind of the unexpected factor that LVR suddenly pulled onto X10 in Pro itself was being a really strong contender and making it a very close match, a tug of war between both of these teams. And now you can take a look that Pro was 10-13, 13 awarded to X10. And now we move on to Bind, and as the decider will be split at the very end of this series if we get to that point.
Yep, never seen split so far. One was banned in the previous series and now it's a decider. So Cross my fingers, X my heart. I don't know if you ever get to that, but just right now, I'm just praying for Bind to even begin because I believe the delay is caused by I'm not sure call it a glitch, but a player is actually having his PC checked.
Yeah. So a lot of this technical stuff being handled and sorted out by the back end of it. And we are really much anticipating what it's like when we go into Bind itself. And especially since this is also a factor when you think about it. Just having the delay. Yeah, marinate a little bit more about how the first game went down. Actually, this
Marinate,
could be...
everything relates back to cooking. What's going on?
Cooking is the way of life. But what I'm trying to say, it could actually be good for LVR because now the nerves could settle in. Yes, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
You let it marinate because everything comes back to cooking, right? But you know, on a normal broadcast, they will never let this fry.
I have no comeback.
I love how you flutter your eyebrows like this because that is acceptance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially Xeno hours. But yes, there we go. I believe like, yeah, there is a player definitely. I think he's having a client issue. So I think it's just fair for us to update you guys. I'm not sure if you run into this issue sometimes, but sometimes full reinstallation might need to work, and even the PC might not work out. So it's pretty strange. I don't know if we can disclose the player's name for this, but we just let this, you know, let this marinate, like you said. And those players who have been, you know, especially X10 coming off a win, it was hot, you know, so it will now kind of just simmer.
Yeah,
Maybe
cool
down a bit and perform a full reset. You know, in hindsight as well, it might be in Lou's favor.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say because if we went straight into the game just now, it would just be the dauntingness of almost closing the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically, I think the way we're going to resolve this issue is that we're going to have the sub back. So I think, yeah, we'll just say it out. So basically, we saw Wisa earlier back then on the player profile here, right? So S1 Eugene will be subbing back. So I think it's Wisa's PC having some issues. So that's okay. That's why the substitute actually exists, right?
Yep.
So S1 Eugene played pretty well early on. Hope that he actually comes up with the same performance in Bind.
And I would actually say that he is at least performing consistently enough for his team to work around him. And we saw it come into a 10 point just now. Now coming into the next round itself, I'm looking to see it go a little bit more further. But just with that said, hashtag pray for Wisa's PC. Hopefully it's good.
You know what? If you can't play Valorant, you can all go TFT later.
Whoa.
Okay, Riot, please give us TFT tournaments. Yeah. Anyway, while with that coming in, of course, just waiting for actual agent picks now because we have determined the source of the issue, and now we're just waiting for agent picks. And we don't have a reference for this because none of these teams actually played Bind.
Yeah.
Except for LVR.
Yes. LVR last Bind lineup, which actually consists of Brim, Astro, Brim, Cypher, Fade, Raze, and a Sky. So they're technically running a double initiator lineup, which works pretty well, I guess. But sometimes I just prefer the Astro over the Brim. But you can argue that the Orbital Strike just has better contingency plans to delay a plant and also to delay a push sometimes because of this many choke points in Bind.
Yeah, I agree. And just to add on to this, the last time they played Bind, S1 Eugene was actually playing with them. So he actually played and brought forth the Sky with them. So at least we are not going to expect too much changes. But with that being said, if X10 has been watching the way that LVR has been playing, they will at least know what to expect.
Not to say the result was pretty great as well from LVR and Bind. They actually lost to Bleed. I mean, it's Bleed after all, right? But it's 4-13. You know, how would they do against X10? Won't even know as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time to begin. The time that we've been waiting for, the time that marination has been done, it is time to put it on the fryer. Ladies and gents, this is the lineups right now for LVR coming in. I believe it's the exact same one I told you. Double initiator coming up. Whereas X10, the first time I'm seeing it, guess who might make a debut?
Oh, both ends just locked in the Gecko at the same time. Can we just talk about one brain cell moments?
Well, you know, you can argue that like Gecko also has one brain cell because DZ looks like my final brain cell. You know how cute DZ is? You know, everyone talks about Lil Bro, but no one talks enough about DZ.
I mean, they all look really, really adorable. And then the mosh pit itself looks like a Ninja Turtle to me, at the very
yeah,
least.
that's right. You know what? If I ever own a tiny zoo in my own house, I will name all these animals after Gecko.
Wingman, you have Dizzy, you have mosh pit, and what's the last one? The short.
Trash.
Yeah, Trash. There you go.
Trash.
Hopefully, both of these geckos do not bring the trash into the game. As you can see, even its head icon is changed into a more HD version. So, yay, Riot.
You know what? You can't. There's a difference between trash and trash. It's so subtle.
Yep.
Okay, it's so subtle, but you need to get that right. There's also a difference between 3 and 3. It took me so long to realize this, but in Southeast Asia, we don't have this lisp for like 3.
Yeah.
And it took me so long to say it because most of my words are crisp. I actually don't have a lisp at all.
Yeah.
So it was tough. Okay, enough deviations. We are finally in showers. Because 10 will look to clear that, but they are able to push in. Any commitment so far? The answer is yes. Vera is in. The Mosh to also clear out this little cubby on the area. Look at that, Vera is still going for more, but a slight miscontrol of that blast pack to push him back. But it doesn't matter, they got spike planted for showers even.
So much utility being utilized to get themselves onto site, but it could be detrimental for Vera, but he managed to wiggle himself out there after getting Extremist. Reverie with the frenzy is going to find him.
He survived a little longer than I expected.
Right.
Got on him for sure, but that damage done. He definitely bought so much time for his team to hold this post plant. It don't matter though, because right now, I feel like X10 should have this one in the bag because LVR don't have enough members to hold this defuse.
Ooh, blinded as he is, Reverie has to try to jump himself out of that. He's still alive though. Never mind, put that full stop onto his sentence. Egoist make quick work of him.
Last player standing.
But they all die except Veto.
Yep, all die, no matter. This is the best time to, well, all die. Just because, well, no real guns are committed this round. So, you'll be more inclined to go with the anti-eco buys, you know, rather than just staying happy with your sheriffs, goals most of the time. And the best part about this is that X10 can bring this anti-eco forward, knowing that like there's so many close angles in bind to work with, so running and gunning with Spectre is sometimes a no-brainer. Just go with it.
Just want to point out that S1 Eugene's actually playing the Brimstone and not the Sky, as opposed to the previous time when they played against Bleed. He was rocking the Sky. So a little bit of a player switch up, trying to see where it works from each other. Ooh.
Love to see when he's rocking this guy. I mean, Thames actually plays a really mean, what's it called, KO as well sometimes. But you know, when we say Thames is in the picture, his Bulldog found a kill at least. And LVR starts off with a huge deficit already in manpower.
Plans coming down by Redco up in B itself, but Vera made so much space lurking up in their spawn. It's gonna find Eugene. And Extreme is gonna be taken down by Thames simultaneously.
The running gun is the real, but Kale puts him down. Another one in the bags. It's sharp as a sword, I'd say, but you don't bring a sword to a gunfight.
Picks himself up a Spectre. Nope, a Phantom. Made that a double upgrade.
Yeah, oh, bye, he says. Could even save it, but maybe he knows that he couldn't make it out there alive. So, you know that KO was already super low. A body shot would have taken him out. But man, did they make it expensive for X10.
He manages to retrieve it. Ooh. Look at him.
Like, what's up? There's no hole there, sir.
This could be a good thing for them as well, considering that Kale thought he has took it away, but now they managed to save themselves an extra buy by getting the Phantom.
It's good for who? X10? Yeah,
X10.
Dude, 100% agree. You gotta know that, yeah, you lose members, but the rounds are there and it's considered almost like a bonus. You don't really even have to buy this round. So that's why a Sheriff would have been good for Wayne. And they're attacking, so W again. Here we go, we open up with Reverie, gonna take out this Trailblazer, but this is why I said, literally this is the exact moment why I say Cascade is so strong. You can just push forward with no comms. And they immediately got this outside control here. Of course, Vera tries to fly in, gets addressed there by Kill, no problem, got a blind. The blind doesn't catch anyone there, but yes, you move and you have to. Mosh actually finds one too. X10's got this ball in the court.
Oh, so much utility. Running it down, Vision is blocked too at C. And now taking down almost all the members now. Leaving Reverie, managed to take down Thames. He has 3 more members to try to make quick work of. Even this area is narrow, actually. Oh, and takes one Egoist.
Damn. Take it to work maybe. Reverie will clear. Got a good angle for the guiding light as well, so he knows that no one is near there at least. But he got to take down 2 members and also defuse at this point. If Reverie even kills them all, I'd just be impressed.
Wait, that was a glass sound up there.
Those glass, I probably didn't hear it. No, I doubt it. Clean rounds for X10 so far. Call it a bonus round transition into the 4th round, I'd say. So far, these has been pretty successful on the B side. Vera giving his life most of the time for the information, but his team gets to pick up the pieces. Now LVR is still stuck. No rifles all around here, but they've got ultimates somehow, because Kale put in numbers as well as Reverie.
Could very much be the advantage that they need. Try to put every factor towards themselves. Gonna use the Trailblazer, get that early info that the stream is really up close.
Ooh. I can't imagine this push out. I think LVR getting overzealous, trying to get lucky, of course. But that ain't gonna happen. X10 kind of repeating their strat from the first round. Will attempt this showers push. But it's so strong because Vera repositions. Gets Doomin in the meantime. Of course, can expect a... Whoa, that is disrespect if I've seen one! That's absolute disrespect. Imagine if he was right behind, just receives the random and be like, woo, free gun.
Right.
But that didn't happen. But I'm so glad we got that on camera because right now, X10 is showing absolute dominance on their own map pick, despite them not even having played a single bind game in Split 2.
Exactly. Such a huge disposition if you compare it to the first round itself. Now, I think they really do not want to be in the grasp of LVR's lead. They're going to make a lead of their own. But if there's going to be a round where LVR can come back, it's going to be this one, where they have the rifles, they have the shields, they have the double ultimate on Reverie as well as Kale.
Take a look at that positioning here. They're trying to gamble out this push up as showers, and it is good. Well, let's say that DZ has paid off to their faces, and Doomin is still going to keep pushing forward. Still really healthy too, by the way. He's not taken a single point of damage.
That's huge, though.
What?
Oh, Spike gets planted down.
By DZ. Haha.
Wingman.
Oh, right, it's Wingman. I'm trolling. I am absolutely trolling. It's Wingman. I guess I'm so focused on DZ. You already know who's my favorite baby.
There you go, this one.
This one, right in the face of Wade. He still finds one, runs out of bullets in the end, and he is blinded. It don't matter. Got a showstopper to go in the face of Ego is there. And Wade is so low right now. Don't matter. 4 kills in the spot of Doomin. We'll crack the egg.
I love it. Finally, we're seeing a little bit more aggression coming from LVR. Really smart to place Reverie at the side of the B teleporter, palming off his utility into the other side and just suddenly stalling the shower push. Giving them so much space to push out, and suddenly they have to beeline into the possibility of mid to A. I mean, mid as much as we can.
Mid A for sure. I can only say that this new change of this teleporter at A is just... it actually favors the defender in a way if you're pushing out of showers. But if you're a defender and you're pushing to this teleporter, now you got to check left and right.
Yeah.
Whereas in the back in those days, you just need to look what's in front of you. And you don't have to check your immediate right because there's a crate there. So now with this, it's just a pretty much naked front that you could be compromising your positioning. But let's see what happens if those situations actually come through. Right now, we got a lot to talk about. There's LVR finding a lot of kills up there in the hookah area. It's all trades around, and they make it fast. As Redco, last man standing. He's already made a beeline. You heard the teleporter, and he's gonna be planted in for showers again.
Defender's unfazed by it. Gonna take their time. Slowly just realize he's not here. Walk on over. You can take a look and see Kale's actually waiting for his teammates. Try to come in reinforcements, overrun him with the numbers that they already created for themselves.
Best case scenario, they all line up for Redco. But they got so much scouting abilities. They need to know the last place they need to check is you all. Check out there for sure. Redco's found one. And immediately Reckoning comes up. He manages to hold it down maybe, but no, Extremist finds it. The headshot through a wall bang. And it's a second round for LVR despite Reiko committing a Reckoning.
If anyone who could have done that, it would have been Veto. Unfortunately, just really smart lineup over there. Make sure that he can't get away with individual fights, even if he wanted to. And an early timeout, I would say pretty early, round number 7, being called by X10 themselves. I think they do not want to fall into the hands and mercy of LVR once again.
If LVR can keep up this good stuff, they can, equalize first. And now X10 immediately calls his timeout after 2 rounds going to LVR. That's a statement for sure.
I guess it could be respect. It could just be we do not want to extend this game any further than it already is. And X10, I think they do have creds though. So I think it really comes down to more of a strategy call rather than what are we doing next.
True. I mean, you look at X10, they still have buys. They buys for days, let's say.
On the other hand though, Doomin has to get a drop from Kale. And they do have 2 ultimates. Thresh is going to be huge. And the other hand though, Orbital Strike by S1 Eugene.
I mean, they can hold off a plant to delay so that their team can arrive for the, to hold the site. Otherwise, it's just using to flush out people who are already on site. It's one or the other. Look at Dizzy, he's so cute. I'm done.
Number 1 Dizzy fanboy, Xena Viper.
Yeah, man, Dizzy doesn't get enough love. It's always little bro. Yeah, man, it's just DZ on DZ action. That's a lineup, I'd say. Yikers, up in Fountain, it's where the bodies hit the flow. And guess who comes out on top? It's X10.
Wow. Initially just getting that huge Dizzy on. Trailblazer's gonna ask on it.
Checked it!
Oh, that's huge. Now it's just kill.
You know what's funny? They don't check that corner and Vera still gets the kill.
Right.
Awesome stuff. So now Vera's poised in advantage point. Doesn't matter if they don't even clear elbow that much. He will get the heal once the plant is done. Going on a 2 versus 1 situation.
I wonder if KO's gonna try for it. Or maybe try to get exit refrags at least. Exit frags. Oh.
They know now where he is. Both gun barrels onto him. He's definitely trying. Whoa, what a spray transfer. The strafe not good enough for Kale. And a hold down does a lot of work there by Vera. Wow, could have been a round win for Kale if he just flicked it perfectly. That would have been the clip of the night.
I mean, I have to say, a really big NT over there. He tried. You can see him trying to control the spray as much as he can.
Yep.
But huge props to the side of X10, getting the initial victory out of the first skirmish, taking down 3 members on the side of LVR, and then suddenly a little bit more pressure has been applied onto them. Now getting himself back onto the board, getting 1 more point.
It's all about who brings the cavalry. And trust me, I feel like X10's got the bigger horse most of the time. You see, Egoist does have the Thresh now to keep opening sight. That way he doesn't have to risk any of his members. And you know what the best part is? That's why we thought. The moment I said it, it just comes out. Swimming and looking for bodies. But you know what the best part is? He actually redirects it to himself so they can pick it up again after not spotting anyone up at main. That's good play from him. So that he can pick up the Thresh again.
A lot of good decisions being made here, and I think this is the best one yet. They actually run over into Teleporter. They even have people watching it so they can take him down. Reverie falls right into the trap.
Yeah, they were hot and ready. Storming is what they say. They want to really go in. Problem is Doomin is 1 damage off lethal. He's still on 4-on-4 though. I mean, the fact that Doomin... Sorry, 4-on-3. Now that I notice, Red Coat is still alive. So there's never been a point where LVR has the man advantage after a while. And Wayne is looking to widen that gap. Yeah, seriously, Wayne is going to widen that gap.
Oh, so much have to be asked. He does have the Orbital Strike. But what can he do right now? He has to be the one to defuse. It should be used on him, and Tab's going to make quick work of him.
You know, I know we had a long delay at the earlier start, but I don't want this to just end in the blink of an eye as well.
Yeah.
Waited too long for this. How long can this go on as well as LVR? We're struggling to put points on the board for the round robin stages. Shouldn't be the same right now against X10, especially how we see them perform on Pearl. But you gotta understand that Pearl was LVR's map pick, and X10 still took the win. So if X10 picked Bind for a reason, They're looking to make this a 100% win rate in their VLR stats, if you know what I'm saying.
Revi does manage to find one. What a shot out of that. Tams in the corner, trying to struggle and cry for his life. He does not need that. He managed to take 2.
X10? Tams and Wayne? This is the Tams and Wayne show right now. 2 kills just came out on the kill feed out of nowhere on the other side of the map. As Lumion wants guns, can't get close. Triple for Wayne. Guys, this, I don't really want to say this, but we are halfway in these rounds already. Compared to the earlier stuff on Pearl, which things was a little bit slower. Can't really talk too much about these strats. They just push in, they do quick rotates. We saw how the revamped teleporter came into play. It was so good, it was so successful most of the time.
I think that's huge. That's going to make such a huge impact moving forward into other teams coming into Bind as well. They're having that option of B to A to shower super quick. It's going to change a lot of the way that these people play. It's going to be a shower push. Once again, Vera's going to try to peek out, get any information. There you go. That's going to be the Seekers as well as the Trailblazer. Boombot, every single utility available to use. Vera is not able to get onto the box itself. It's going to try to jump.
I wonder if you crouch there, if they can actually see you. I think they can. X10. I mean, they got the side pretty much and also got flanked. They hear so many members. Of course, this is an eco frag right now, but X is so good. See, this shorty might make some work, but Wayne down to 69, down to 33 now. I have no idea how this man is still alive.
He has plot armor, and they cannot make a dent through his forces, except for Doomins, going to find him with the Sheriff.
Finally, though, but not without paying with his life, and here we go, the Red Coat jumping to his death.
The shorties are hilarious. They're trying to hunt him down, but he gets taken down by the Vandal.
Okay, I mean, how many of these guys ending rounds, triple kills, double kills, 2-8. We talk about evolving, right? But this is pretty much what's happening now. I feel like we are approaching late nights. 11 p.m. guys, make a wish.
Radiant?
You want Radiant? I want Radiant Knight.
Oh, okay.
JK, I have way too much because we keep doing Battle Pass and I don't buy enough skins. So
we are 11-11, round 11, by the way. I wish you could stop your puns. The end. There you go. I basically took Zeno's job.
You know what? Your wish might just be granted. I might just halt there in respect of the 11-11 wish.
There you go.
But let's start that off there as Doomin still manages to get himself killed at the early start. I mean, after all, he's trying to push up and, get lucky up at mid. But I feel like X10 just a little sharper on there. There's not really much strat required here. It's just who gets the right trigger first. And Lil Bro is out. Extreme is holding a tight corner through that spray. Vera finds Extreme is in there. No vision required. Just instincts. And of course, sound cues.
Oh, so very hard. S1 Eugene finally getting the nail on the head, taking down Vera. Now you have the Neural Theft in play. It's going to reveal their position. The first tag comes in, unable to make anything out of that because of the cascade, blocking his vision. Oh, Orbital Strike though. Doesn't try to find anyone.
Oh, he preemptively just pushed in to see if anyone else up there. Look at these shorties. How does it sing? Somebody tell me.
Oh, that was so close. Now S1 Eugene up against Redco.
Oh, look at it reposition instantly. The Red Coat to see if he can come out. He even needs to just wait this time out, but it's not enough time for this defuse. That's an NT if I ever seen one, and he decides to stick it like the true champ, even though he knows he doesn't have time.
Oh, wow. What a play, actually.
Last round before the switch.
If only it worked out with the time.
I mean, he played it because he knows that maybe Red Coat is also playing up close, and he doesn't want to get one pump to the face, so he just decided to pull back and finds the Red Coat. Really, they push out a truck. And that was the kill. But it's 2-9, guys. Damn. No, I mean, some guns now from LVR, but not the right kind of weaponry. Very broken buys, if you ask me.
Broken buy is one. They have the ultimates, but whether they can use them is a different question. They have 3 members up in B, but that's not going to be the area where X10 is going to execute.
There you go. Pops out, the showstopper is a complete fly through, and that's when Eugene somehow finds him. While flying, by the way, that's Vera. Let's stretch this out. It is up to the little homies to find out these shots, but it's literally all utilities galore. This is Valorant at its finest, and the showstopper finds Wayne. Moshpit will push back down some of them. But the undeniable reason is that the spike is planted, and Thames Redco finds two with their own crosses. 3-on-2 situation now, make it a 3-on. Seriously, it's 2-on-1. Damn, I don't even know where these kills are happening, guys. It's happening way too fast.
Redco is just trolling. Look at him down there, laughing to his heart content. Playing with the Cove and the Shorty, deadly duo.
I mean, he's playing with his ex-team as well, right? What does that say?
Have fun.
Have fun.
Yeah, have fun.
Where's the good luck?
I mean,
Imagine saying have fun without good luck.
is that a taboo?
I don't know. It's like, it goes against ritual, you know?
Understand.
You can't say have fun without the good luck sometimes. Because sometimes you do need a little bit of luck for a win. But that now, though, okay. Almost ending first... I won't say almost first half, but you gotta understand that this is map 2. We were all pining for game 3, which is split. And now with this kind of a lead in X10 looking to close out their own map pick favorably. Let's talk about pressing W's. Doomy's got in a good position. He shows himself up. But Thames is playing that position where he earns a double before going down. That one is 2-on-2 here. Because they are playing on the opposite sides. They do have spike in hands too, and they can even commit a plan, if anything.
Last enemy remaining.
Here one teleporter. Wayne goes down. So they know where the last man is. He hears the sand footsteps. Eugene's gonna swing out. Isn't able to track. Egoist finds him. But Dizzy's on him. Right at the time.
Egoist. Now that is a clutch if I've ever seen one. This man that played out of his mind. The last man standing. If he says that he don't want to be, but the situation puts him in that spot, and he delivers. Stealing that one away from LVR, and first mistake, as you can hear what Gecko says, that's a steal if I ever seen one.
We'll take a look at the instant replay here. Really doing such a wide swing, making it impossible for S1 Eugene to try to track him. And then suddenly, is the movement. You can feel them all chatting. What is that movement coming in from him?
I can sense the face palms and the face slaps happening from there all around. Not just the viewers, but potentially even some of the players. What in the world was that? Yeah, I get it's the pistol round, but could have been one for LVR to win that because they had the man advantage.
I don't blame him though. They knew where he was. They had the information. He had to make something happen. Now they have the guns. On the other end, only S1 Eugene bought.
They can't even full save because if they know, like if they just drop this round, it is game over. 2-12 is nightmare for LVR, even though they get rifle rounds. Because one mistake is all it needs for them to just, well, pass away.
I'm just surprised they didn't force themselves stingers at the very least.
Okay.
Oh, but Doomin. That's very cool.
There's my buddy.
Ego is gonna try to spray down Wallbang's Doomin himself.
Speaking of spray, of course DZ makes an appearance for that spray, but all we hear is the chimes from Wayne taking these numbers, going to work, as I say. He's tossing the gun, he wants to go for a knife. Of course, the disrespect will earn him his own death, knowing that he is there, last man standing, ain't no chance, as X10 series point now.
Match point.
2-12. Who would have predicted this scoreline coming out of the first round at 13-10, I believe. Yeah, 13-10 on the side of LVR. Really had such a contending spirit to try to fight this and take this second round, but X10 at 12-point match point.
Yeah, I mean, the LVR, Doomin tried to go in, but he couldn't. So he was due out.
I was gonna say that.
I know. You had to preemptively guess what I'm going at this point. I have to pull my own final Hail Mary before they actually end this game. And trust me, it's looking likely to happen. Because if Egoist can start off already with KO out of the picture, there's nothing gonna stop. As they do mean, look at that. Instantly pop. One pop. He's gone. Egoist there. Planted it with a second one. And looks like to be over. Very last man standing. 5 members of X10 still alive. They are looking for him. It doesn't matter if he makes his presence known. Now they know All eyes on him. This is a trash coming out. It is this or no, don't matter.
They're coming out with their knives.
Disrespect.
They're coming out with their knives. They're giving him a gun. Hello.
They're being chilling. They're in. They just want to play. Come on, they just want to play.
What was that? That was a sacrificial lamb.
He tried to offer himself as a peace offering, but as a peace offering, one must die. And it was him who had to take it to the altar. So ladies and gentlemen, it really came down to this, man. Did anyone expect other than a 2-0? I would have hoped for that, honestly. The split would have been in the picture. If only LVR could have actually clutched out that Pearl map.
Oh yeah,
Dreams could have had, but I would say that it's still a clean sweep nonetheless. Expected result, maybe. Maybe that's what everyone have thought. But I think, did they put on a performance? I think LVR did.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm very eager to see how they come out of this. This is their last round on the group stages. Not sure how else they're going to be continuing onto it. But with that being said, they really put on a huge fight within the first series. And coming to the second one, you see X10 smiling at the fact that their former member, the last member from LVR still signed in that reverie, is there for them to toy with. But then again, they did not look very happy. So I hope they could use this spirit, this determination with them to continue on.
Absolutely, man. It's just clips after clips of X10 here. It's just the moment you saw that some members of LVR taking numbers, it's just X10 retaliates with their own double kills. Look at this, man. Remember Egoist, that 1v2 here, literally he's bringing them back to basics. As what people might know, he's the fundamentalist.
Oh yes. He really is this guru figure, I would say. The patience that he has to hold a site, the decision making that he takes to move away from a site, and then suddenly what he needs to do, he knows his theory.
Nani Kore, guys. This is just the 9-11 post-plant situation for X10 is just, everything's just dominating. All in favor, all the weights. The scale just tips towards X10, you know? There's no sugarcoating this. I keep saying that LVR, you're in the top leagues right now, Tier 1, and you are unable to put a single point on the board. So it has a statement that, of course, LVR has fragments of all players here and there in the MYSG region. So I would say they're just here for the experience. They're here to play, but unfortunately, it is with a heavy heart. I'd say that they will end the round robin series with a 0-7.
Ah, that gotta sting, especially since it was so close at the very least to take one map out of it.
Yeah, but when we talk about X10 though, because a lot of weight was put onto LVR because LVR was the true underdog here. But what's undeniable is that X10's power continues to shine. MVP here will definitely be Thames. 341, we just look at ACS at this point. This was super massive.
Humongous, especially since he was on Sky. I think we saw many times that he flash enabled his teammates to go into sight, especially with the Trailblazer. And whenever there was a fight brought to him, he knew when to hold his trigger and when to peek out and get the right timing. So MVP, kudos to Thames X10.
Absolutely. We just expect nothing less from a stellar performance from X10 as well. I keep saying that LVR did great first map, but you gotta really just give it to X10 every single time. Objectives, holdings, and also entries. Most of the time is X10 always up on top. Retakes as well. We saw that on Pearl. Still puts up a good match against LVR, despite me saying that X10 was a bit shaky.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering what Redco is actually texting his former team right now. I'm pretty sure he's trying to make amends. He might not be let into the team anymore if ever it comes to that.
Just say. No, but it was just really enjoyable to watch. Even though the series were 2-0 today, it was just great to see the titans of Bleed Esports and Enigma Gaming duke it out. And of course, it's great to see LVR finally make a showing here against X10, despite them potentially in their final league.
Yeah, definitely a lovely match to see for both sides, both series today. And here are the updated standings of Week 5, Day 2. At the top, we see Bleed Esports reigning with that crown after winning and besting out Enigma Gaming. And that falls into first runner-up, which is Enigma Gaming. And then we go to third place because Zuna Esports has not played yet, I believe. So they are still hovering there, trying to make a break for it, at least try to go over X10.
Any 6-point mark you see here is just teams that have not played. So you are for sure seeing Bleed and Enigma getting that number 1, number 2 spot. So it's up for contention on the third place to the 6th place, I believe, because that depends on Todak and Tio's performances and see how, if there was any tiebreakers happening for the 5th and 6th place, but otherwise 3rd and 4th, no problems because you probably qualified for playoffs already at this point.
Yeah. 100%, and I'm very excited to see these teams move forward into the playoffs as well, because there's going to be a break, like you mentioned, so it's going to be a little bit of a reset. They can take their time and really work out what went right and what went wrong.
We had literally a whole ass break since Riot till here at this point, and now after this last week of group stages, then we're going to have two weeks, I think, of break before we see the playoffs on the end of May, I believe. So yeah, in case you guys don't know, this is literally the 2nd last day of group stages. Tomorrow's the last day, and then we're going to take a long break before playoffs.
Yeah, so super exciting stuff. And not to mention, I just want to express I'm excited because we're approaching the 2nd anniversary of VALORANT. So it really goes to show how much this game has grown. And we even have Premiere coming in. So very excited for that.
Absolutely. In case you guys don't know Premier, guys, just join your tournaments. Who knows? We might get us to cast your tournaments as well. But this is yours truly, Xenoviper, Eliminate, signing out. It's been an absolute banger of a game. We'll see you tomorrow for the final days of group stages. Take care and good night.
30 seconds left. Enemy killed. One enemy remaining.
No charges left.
Standing. One enemy remaining. My ult.
No charges left.
10 seconds left. Spike down A.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Taking a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Freezer.
The site decided to one more. Scary.
But Sam don't care. Sam wants more.
Oh, it's walking and move that. Vera picking up 3.